What? What?
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Quest J2 Fire Amish Metal Quest J2 Fire.
June.
Glue is cheap.
now recognize that birds are dinosaurs, what I study is the long, deep evolution of birds from Mesozoic dinosaurs.
The very concept is unimaginable. Why, if that happened, we wouldn't have a chance. How could we possibly hope to fight them?
We couldn't, you're right. You're right, Mrs. Bundy.
Hurry up, children. Finish your lunch.
Are the birds gonna eat us, Mommy?
Birds have been on this planet since Archaeopteryx, 140 million years ago. Doesn't it seem odd that they'd wait all that time to start a war?
Who said anything about a war? All I said's...
Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals.
It is the most intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter on the planet.
Look at the gap.
That's not bad for a quadruped. You gotta check your mirrors, just side of your eye. Side of your
Success.
Dinosaurs lived a long time ago. They were terrible lizards, don't you know?
Well, holy cow. Hogan.
Tradoon.
And a good afternoon to you too, Hogan. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. The what? I'm sorry. What was that again? What was that, Green Herring? I didn't catch it. The who? The... I just... For some reason, I just, yeah. Anyway, Green Herring, 12 months of support. Thank you for that. Holy moly. Really appreciate that ongoing support, Green Herring, and 1,000 bits from Hogan there. Following up a previous 1,000 bits. Holy cow, Hogan, that is extraordinary, and I really appreciate it. Welcome, everybody, to Paleontologizing. A very happy Thursday Birdsday to you. I hope you're all having a good one. Somebody's using the litter box nearby. It's not me. Anyway, it's good to have everybody here. If anyone is here for the very first time, then an extra special welcome to them. Allow me to introduce myself. What is up with this camera today? We might not use that one as much. The color balance is all off, and I didn't even Oh, okay. That's not that bad. Anyway, welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I talk about 5 days a week here on Twitch, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the summers. Really looking forward to this summer's fieldwork in Wyoming, probably in Utah, maybe also in Idaho. We'll have to see about that. But yeah. Today, of course, is Thursday Birdsday. This is the day that we celebrate the dinosaurian origin of birds. The fact that dinosaurs, strictly speaking, never went extinct. Most groups of dinosaurs did, but one lineage survives, even to this day. Call them aves. Birds. We'll be talking about that today, and kind of celebrating that fact, and looking at some images posted from this community into the Discord of various theropod dinosaurs that they have spotted out in the wild this week. Oh yeah. And Nathan Iosaur, yeah, there's a few dinosaurs in Idaho. I will be digging up Idaho's new state dinosaur, if everything goes according to plan. But yeah. And hey, it's Evolution. Welcome. And Nell.
Congratulations. After 20 months, it's an Asian elephant. No, wait. It's a subscription to Danny and the Dinosaurs.
Nell, thank you for that newborn Asian elephant. 20 months is a long gestation period. You could have gestated a whole baby Asian elephant during that time, but nope. Instead, you were here helping support science outreach and education on this channel, and I really appreciate that. So thank you, Nell. Thank you very much for that. Good stuff. Yeah. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. And Gojira says Idaho, southwestern, southeastern. So Idaho is a state that is in the northwestern quadrant of the United States. No, I know what you mean, Gojira. Let's talk about that a little bit. Yeah, because it seems we've got some people in here who are not super aware of this, and provides a nice teaching opportunity here. Let's talk a little bit about Idaho's relatively new state dinosaur. Yeah. Here, take a look at this right here.
Herbivore. Yeah, about the size of a dog.
Here we are.
So we call Get to Know Idaho, and if you're in the 4th grade or you've spent some time in the 4th grade, you know that's when you learn about
4th grade, best 6 years of my life.
Idaho. The geography, the history, the cultures.
I've spent some time in 4th grade.
One of the best parts of Mr. Walton's 4th grade class at Yukon Elementary in eastern Idaho. But last year, it got a little more exciting. That's when he and a student named Calvin, a 10-year-old who's totally into dinosaurs, came to the conclusion Idaho deserves its own designated dinosaur. So they put together a professional packet of pleas, drawings, and essays asking for the latest in a line of gem state symbols to be a dinosaur. Well, it didn't get any footing last legislative session, but this year, look out. A creature from the Cretaceous period could be part of 4th grade studies for future Idaho students.
I don't even know about that, Kodali. Oh, Rosand.
Good morning.
We can talk about that. Oh boy, is this another one of those North American dinosaurs that was sold to a buyer in Australia? We'll look into that in a little bit. But yeah.
Maybe you missed it during Monday's Senate State Affairs Committee hearing.
I am testifying in opposition to Bill 1056.
Mixed in the middle of militias.
Next, RS 30461, I think.
And filings on Fox.
I used to work with some people in Bozeman who were part of like a white supremacist militia back when I lived in Montana. That's wild stuff. Much more common than you would imagine out there too. Yeah.
Foster care.
Our current statute requires it.
Senator Kevin Cook.
And I'm here to introduce a bill.
Slipped in one of this session's most
Yeah, go Jerry, yeah.
bills.
Yeah.
That represents some of our most valued individuals in the state of Idaho, and that is a bunch of fourth graders.
Fourth graders who lobbied legislators and wrote letters.
In their very, very
Good for
best
them.
handwriting and their very best English, they stated why the state of Idaho needed a state dinosaur.
That dinosaur?
Eryctodromeus.
Yep.
Eryctodromeus.
Eryctodromeus. Yeah.
Okay. Was
We
nominated
just talked
by
about this the
Mr.
other day.
Walton's fourth grade class.
So the name Eryctodromeus means digging runner. Dromeus it's kind of become the it suffix for what we sometimes call speedos, small-bodied early diverging ornithischians. Creatures related to, like Thescelosaurus and Orodromeus. The actual official name for this family would be the Orodromines. That's the actual clade. Speedo is more of a grade or a nickname for like a generic appearance of certain dinosaur. Like Speedos, small-bodied early diverging ornithischians, would be like what we used to call Hypsilophodontians, like Hypsilophodon. These little beaky, two-legged plant-eating dinosaurs. It turns out that not every one of these guys that has this kind of body plan is actually a member of the same family. There are actually... This is basically like a body plan that many different kinds of dinosaurs have adopted. And many different kinds of ornithopod, another ornithischian dinosaur. Yeah. So that's hence the term Speedo, a small-bodied, early diverging ornithischian. That's a term that I learned this summer at a conference in Salt Lake. Lindsay Zano and her crew were presenting on a brand new Speedo called, shoot, what was it called? It starts with an I. It wasn't Inawentu. Was it Igai? No, shoot. Who was that? Iani is what it was called. Yeah. This is one of the newest of our Speedos there. Except this one is not a Thescelosaur or an Orodromine. It is a Rhabdodontomorph. And why is Muttaburrasaurus in the image for Rhabdodontomorph? That's interesting. Huh. Anyway, yeah. There's a bunch of little kind of beaky, swift, plant-eating dinosaurs like this that ran fast, and many of them lived in burrows, it seems. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
I think...
And Roseanne, we'll get to that in a bit.
Just because it sounded fun.
At Yukon Elementary.
I think we just first started saying, hey, dinosaurs are awesome. Only 24 states have even found dinosaurs. Why?
And 24 states? I feel like we got into this last time, but 24 states have found dinosaurs. Shoot, let's... I feel like we need to... Here. Let's mark this up here. And let's see how many of these different states dinosaur fossils have been found in. Alright, come on, program. You can do it. There we go. Alright. And let's make that black ink. So California, yes. Nevada, yes. Oregon, I'm not sure. Washington, yes. Idaho, yes. Montana, oh boy. Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, Utah, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas have all had dinosaurs. Minnesota, I don't think so. Iowa, I don't think so. Missouri, I think so, yes. Illinois, I don't think so. Arkansas has Arkansaurus. Louisiana, I'm not sure. Mississippi, I don't know. Alabama has. Georgia, I don't think has. I don't know about Tennessee or Kentucky or Indiana or Ohio. Michigan, no. New York, I don't New York is yes. We've got dinosaur fossil footprints from New York and from Connecticut. We do have dinosaur fossils from Massachusetts and from New Jersey. The first dinosaur fossils, some of the first to be described from North America, were indeed from New Jersey. Maryland, yes. Virginia, yes, I think. Florida, I don't think they have non-avian dinosaurs from there, but there are fossil birds like Titanus and stuff like that. Alaska, that is a big yes for Alaska. Hawaii, no. So how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. At least 26 states have dinosaur fossils from them. Not just 24. So yeah. Anyway, I would assume Pennsylvania is a yes. I'm not sure, Gojira. Yeah, and I forgot about all these tiny little nonsense states on the East Coast. Rhode Island. Delaware. Yeah. Yeah. Vulganex says, to the best of my limited knowledge, Kentucky hasn't had any non-avian dinosaurs. I think you're probably right about that. Yeah. And Rhode Island does, I'm nearly sure. Huh. Salamander says, New Jersey, yes, of course, but Rhode Island, no. Interesting. Yeah. And all of a sudden, 4-2 says, sad that Illinois was losing sediment during the Mesozoic. True. Although in Illinois, you are still blessed with several wonderful museums that have lots of dinosaur fossils in them. You've got, of course, the Field Museum in Chicago, which I've done live streams from before. It's a beautiful place. I love the Field Museum. And you also have the Burpee Museum of Natural History in Rockford, Illinois. And of course, you have other wonderful Paleozoic fossils, which I'm sure you already know about, like the Tully monster. Tully monstrum. Oh, yeah. Anyway, all of a sudden, it's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. And happy Thursday Birdsday to you. Here, let's get back to our video here about Arictodromius.
Why couldn't we suggest a dinosaur for a state symbol? And we just thought, well, if we're going to suggest a dinosaur as a state symbol, we ought to find out which one the paleontologists in the state know about. Have we found dinosaurs here?
A good question to ask of someone who's dug dinosaurs since he was a kid.
Ooh. So I like that the approach here is dinosaurs are really cool. They're a way to get kids interested in science, and they're a way to make, government and politics seem less awful and soul-destroying. Fair enough, But we really like dinosaurs. We'd love to have a state dinosaur here, but we don't know anything about any dinosaurs from Idaho. Why don't we check in with somebody who is a dinosaur paleontologist in the state of Idaho? So, I called forth my friend of the show, LJ Krumenacker.
A good question to ask of someone who's dug dinosaurs since he was a kid.
Yeah, I've never grown out of it, so.
Dr. LJ Krumenacker is a paleontologist at Idaho State University and grew up in Blackfoot.
When I started as a kid, they said Idaho didn't have dinosaurs. And I was like, well, maybe if I look really hard, we can find some.
Yeah.
And you did.
Yeah, it's kind of made me happy.
Dr. Krumenacker was one of the first to find the Arictodromius in the Gem State about 20 years ago. A 95-million-year-old burrowing herbivore.
Yep, and this was important because while it wasn't originally discovered in Idaho, it was discovered just over the border, in Montana, where I used to live, the same state where I used to live. Yeah, here we go. Here's Idaho right here, and it shares a border with Montana. I used to live there in Bozeman, right there. Yeah. The first Arictodromius fossils ever discovered were found right about here. just over the Idaho border in Montana, kind of near the town of Lima, Montana. But then other Erectodromeus fossils were found actually over the border in Idaho subsequent to that. So that's kind of the area of Idaho that we're talking about. Yeah, it might be... Is there a town called Blackleaf? Maybe not. No. I'm trying to remember if there's a town name that's near... Yeah, it'd be somewhere over here. Along the Bitterroot Range. But yeah. No, not Blackfoot. Blackfoot is not super nearby. That's where LJ lives, and that's where I was staying with him. But yeah. You know, there's actually a LJ has a whole like TED Talk about this.
The infant, the adult. Ontogeny.
Creatrix Britt, thank you for the 23 months of support. I really appreciate you. Thank you, Britt, for your 23 months. Holy cow. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thanks for keeping me here on the air, Britt. I appreciate you. Here, we've got a TED Talk with, well, first let's get into this, then we'll get into that.
Yeah, about the size of a dog, 11 feet long.
Whose name translates to digging runner.
7 feet of that would have been tail. So he's just a little long-tailed dog-sized dinosaur.
There have been about 15 full skeletons found in Idaho.
No, that's not true. There's never been a complete skeleton of Erectodromeus found in Idaho. There have been about 15 maybe partial individual. It might even be just 15 individual bones, but yeah. So far. Yeah.
For any fossil.
So my best hypothesis, this is part of what I did for my PhD, is that these animals are basically digging their own graves. Since they're burrowing, it's easier to preserve a fossil if it buries itself, basically, is the way I look at it.
And they were sometimes found in groups with either their offspring or other adults.
Which in and of itself is pretty rare evidence for a dinosaur. Something else to make this special.
So you can see why.
And there you go, Mayor Spade. Short TED Talk, right?
It's Idaho's dinosaur. We only find them here.
And that's, if by here you mean also slightly over the border into Montana, then yes.
Mr. Walton's fourth graders feel the Erectodromeus should be our next state symbol.
I think it would be absolutely fascinating if students here at UConn Elementary School into the future could say, we were part of that, we helped that happen, and just celebrate this new state symbol. I know, it would just be absolutely thrilling.
Well, after the motion was seconded by the self-proclaimed oldest dinosaur on the committee, he said it himself, that would be Senator Chuck Winder. Senate Bill 1127 was printed and awaits a full hearing in the...
And then anyway, after that happened, check it out. Yeah.
Idaho has a new state dinosaur.
It worked.
Students at UConn Elementary School. Local News 8's Kaylee Gallavi shows us how they feel now that all their hard work has paid off.
Governor Little has signed the bill.
What was started by a fourth grade class last year has finally come to fruition. Idaho's new state emblem is a dinosaur.
Yep.
I didn't think in fourth grade I would be able to help make the Erectodromeus the state dinosaur.
Pretty cool stuff.
Brad Little signed the bill into law.
And that's LJ's Erectodromeus 3D printed skeleton there. He has this in his house. He must have brought it to the school there, but I recognize this. This is LJ's.
On March 31st.
One of my main goals as a teacher is to broaden kids' worlds, to open up their perspective and just start to give them the background experience they need to be learners.
Yeah.
And this was
good for him.
Throughout
Good
the
teacher right
process,
there.
These students learn learned about history, civics, and even math.
We even used this for our fraction study in 4th grade, where we knew we had 6 steps to get through, and we counted, okay, we're 1/6 of the way there, we're 2/6 of the way there, and the governor's signature is the final 6 of 6.
They put in a lot of work to make it happen, researching, writing essays, and talking to lawmakers.
It was a little scary, but it was fun all at the same time, because I was afraid if I messed up, they might say no.
Yeah, and that's good too, to teach kids not to be afraid of their elected officials, because they work for us, and we can fire them if we need to. We tell them what to do. That's how it's supposed to work in a democracy.
Happy to do whatever it takes to get.
So good for them. Good for these kids.
It's very unique to have a state dinosaur, and in my essay, I was like, a lot of people ask about what about a state dinosaur, so we're gonna make it.
And their efforts
HD, are you from Idaho?
Getting 4th graders all across the state asking lawmakers to approve the state dinosaur.
There has really been a grassroots swelling of support for this idea, and 4th grade classes all around the state, by the time we finished, were on board with this and sending kids to testify, and there were more that testified virtually. It was pretty incredible.
Now the class wants people to get familiar with the Erictodromeus, recognizing it as our new...
And Commodore says they work for the majority no matter the state. I'm always the minority. They don't actually work for the majority. They work for the minority of people who have money. If us regular folks don't let... I don't know. There are ways to make it so that elected officials actually uphold the will of the people. Sometimes you use dinosaurs.
Newest state emblem. Reporting in Yukon, I'm Kaylee Galaviz.
Hagerman. Oh, very cool, HD. Like the Hagerman's horse. Yeah, the state fossil of Idaho. Anyway, LJ. I'm in contact with LJ right now. We're maybe, hopefully, going to be digging together in May. Digging up some Erictodromeus.
Okay. One thing we all do is we ask questions. Those of you who have kids know that kids especially are going to ask an awful lot of questions. I was around 8 to 9 years old. I was on a Boy Scout hike out in Wolverine Canyon just outside of town here, and I happened to find my first fossil. With a little bit of investigation, I found that this fossil was from a little animal that lived in an ocean that covered Idaho more than 300 million years ago.
Nice.
It excited me then, and I still find it exciting that this little animal that lived right where we stand now lived in what was also essentially an alien world so long ago.
Pretty cool.
Ever since I found that fossil, I've had the question, who was here before? I don't mean regarding people. I mean, what animals were here 10, 100, 500 million years ago? In pursuit of this question, as soon as I was old enough to drive, I took my little Geo Metro all over the mountains of eastern Idaho. I collected trilobites out down near Bear Lake. I collected other ocean-dwelling fossils.
Anybody here ever had a Geo Metro?
Mountains out at Mackey Reservoir along the Blackfoot River. I collected plants near Salmon. I never quite got rid of the fossil bug. When I started at Idaho State University as an undergraduate,
you did too, go,
I found the one big question regarding the fossil history of Idaho was
very
what
accessible little
dinosaurs we
car.
had here in Idaho. Everything that was known then, most of what we know now, comes from a layer of rock called the Wayan Formation. It's about 95 to 100 million years old. It's named after the metropolis of Wayan out in Caribou County.
That's the one I was thinking of, Wayan. Or wait, how does LJ say it? Wayan?
Million years old. Layer of rock called the Wayan Formation.
The Wayan
It's
Formation.
about 95 to 100 million years old. It's named after the metropolis of Wayan out in Caribou County.
Yeah, Wayan. And Lenina says, my first car was the opposite, an 85 Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme. Holy cow, Lenina. That thing must have been a barge. Holy moly. Like a land yacht. Yeah, holy cow. Yeah. Oh boy. Anyway, this was the town I was trying to remember, was Wayan. This is from, this megalopolis, Wayan, Idaho. Right there. There's really not a lot there. Yeah, population of... Population of what? City info. The Wikipedia article is so small. It doesn't even have the... Population 266 as of July 2007. It's probably fewer now. Yeah. It might not even be officially recognized as a place anymore. 21 residents. There are 21 residents in Wayan. Median age of 71.6. You might be able to surmise why the population is dropping. Yeah. Huh, okay. Anyway. Yeah. And Verve, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Holy cow. Thanks for joining us.
Science is like a blabbermouth who ruins a movie by telling you how it ends. Well, I say there are some things we don't want to know. Important things. Yeah.
Quite boisterous there. E to the 2 IPI. E to the 2 IPI. 2 IPI? If there's a better way to pronounce your name, let me know. But welcome to the channel. I'm glad you're here. Yeah. And Lordy, how are you doing? Howdy, howdy. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. And holy cow, Risudego. Yeah, shoot. Oh boy. I'm lucky I've never had a situation like that before. Anyway, back to Rictodromius and LJ here.
Eastern Bonneville and Caribou County. Unfortunately, most of the fossils that were had then when I started at ISU were very fragmentary and very few. There was maybe 24. They consisted of isolated eggshell fragments, a few teeth, a few isolated bones, and 2 partial dinosaur tails that you see right there. The problem is,
the number
even with
one.
this modest
Call me Zach if you like.
Idaho dinosaurs, only 2 of these fossils were actually identifiable to a specific sort of dinosaur. They didn't tell us a lot.
E to the 2nd power?
And they're very exciting. You see those.
All right,
two
I'll just call you.
right there.
Zach is going to be hard.
No bigger
Can I
than
call you
your
E2?
thumbnail. Both from plant-eating dinosaurs. The one on the left from an animal called a nodosaur, the guy with the spikes. The one on the right from an animal called an iguanodont. So I made the goal
nice,
there as an
Mayor's
undergrad
nice.
at ISU to see what I could do to find out
fast
more
cars.
about Idaho dinosaurs. First, how do you go about looking for a dinosaur? It's not like you see in the movies. You don't go out and randomly dig a pit. First, you need to find rocks of the right type.
Anyway, yeah, so LJ kind of talks about this for a while, and we're probably going to return to this at some point because, inshallah, I will be out digging with LJ in the month of May. We're going to be digging up some Erictodromius together, and I might be holding a fundraiser on this very channel in order to raise some funds for us to be able to do that. LJ could definitely use some funding for this sort of thing. LJ is one of the hardest working people I know. Last I saw him, LJ was working 3 different jobs to support his kids and to support his research. He was working as a professor at the College of Pocatello, teaching about fossils. He was working as a middle school science teacher. And he was working... What was his 3rd job? He had 3 different teaching jobs all at the same time. He had to commute all over the state in order to be able to do them. But LJ... Extremely hard worker. And we were able to raise a little bit of money to help support his research, and he was tremendously grateful for that. So, I don't know. If we have any people of means here in the community, and they would like to donate to a starving scientist, look beyond me for a second. Think about LJ. Because he is, he's doing some pretty incredible work with very, very, very limited funding. $50 is sometimes enough to be able to get him out and to dig up dinosaurs for a weekend. Yeah. And there you go, Lenina. Yeah, so we'll see about that. LJ says that if, what was he saying? Let me find it real quick. But I was talking with him a while ago about this. Via text. And yeah, I said, hey there, LJ. Hope your 2024 is off to a good start. Starting to figure out my fieldwork plans for the year. I wanted to ask if you could use some help in the YN at any point before June. I'm sure my Twitch community would be happy to provide some funding if that could make things easier. And he says, greetings, absolutely. We have a new Eryctodromeus to excavate, and I would love the help and documentation. So, I think he'd be very enthusiastic about doing some live streaming at the same time via satellite. I said, excellent. Would you be able to go out sometime in May? And he says, depends on snow, but hopefully. So, chat, cross your fingers, or do a dance to the snow gods, or the lack of snow gods, or whatever. Hope that we don't have snow in May, because then I might be able to be out there and help LJ dig up another Eryctodromeus here. So yeah. Have words with Punxsutawney Phil. Yeah. You know, have a friendly chat with Punxsutawney Phil. You know, Phil, it'd be a real shame, you know, if there was a certain Troodonted who were to investigate your burrow, you know? A real shame if some sort of Maniraptoran dinosaur, you know, got wind of your little operation here, you know? Do we have an understanding? Yeah, Roseanne says, be a real shame if you didn't use the sides of your eyes to check those mirrors. There ain't no shadow, understand? That's Will 6-2. And there you go. Yeah. Anyway, so with any luck, with the cooperation of the weather, hopefully I'll be out there with LJ in May, and be able to bring all of you along for the journey so that we can dig up some Idaho dinosaurs live on stream. That would be pretty awesome, I think. And I'm excited for that prospect. Yeah. Because this is a cool critter. Here.
One small exhibit at the Idaho Museum of Natural History has a big impact on the way we think about the Gem State's prehistoric past. KPVI journalist Kate Gardner dug deep for the details.
And you can look at them kind of like...
There's LJ again.
Figure out the age of the animal.
The Idaho Museum of Natural History is home to a special species of dinosaur.
Beautiful little museum.
Eryctodromeus cubicularis, or I just call it Erycto, because it's a lot easier to say.
It's Idaho's most common dinosaur, and is special because it lived in family units in burrows. Krummenacker found a burrow in 2015.
We saw this tube of rock that was just barely poking out. We excavated it and turned out, oh heck, we've got another Erycto burrow, the first one from Idaho.
And the third in the world. That's an important discovery for Idaho.
It's exciting. I think it bridges the gap to show people that, you know, we've got the world as it is now, but there's so much history to discover about Idaho's past. And
this weather report showing Lenina picking up around that time.
Besides bridging the gap between today and nearly 100 million years ago, the burrow helps create a better picture of the creature's lifestyle.
You've got evidence what the animal was doing when it was alive, so it makes it more real.
And something these dinosaurs were doing in their burrows makes them truly unique.
So they're trying to protect their kids, they're taking care of them, and then unfortunately something knocks them off. But they were great parents, which you don't usually hear people thinking about dinosaurs being any sort of parent.
In Pocatello, Kate Garner, KPVI News That Works for You.
Krummenacker found the burrow in the Soda Springs area in 2015, but recently published a scientific paper on the species and their burrowing origins.
Pretty cool stuff. Yeah. So anyway, with any luck, we will be doing some more of that. Sometime soon. Yeah. And how did I not turn my closed captions on until right now? Shoot. Missed opportunity. I'm sorry about that, everybody. Our closed captions are now on. Yeah. Will says, this is so cool. Yeah. It'll be neat to be able to dig up some Idaho dinosaurs on stream. Normally when people think about Idaho, they don't think about dinosaurs. You know, they think about the incredible geology of that state. They think about its wild forests. They think about its, what is Idaho most famous for? They think about its long border with the great nation of Canada. One of the longest in the country. They think of... what else? Potatoes as well. Yeah. There's also the Idaho Potato Museum in Blackfoot, which I visited, and that's fun too. Yeah, I enjoyed that. The Potato Museum. I'm trying to find you a quick and fun video on that.
Where's the, what it here?
This is...
So Blackfoot is...
yeah. The history of the potato...
Idaho has been harvesting potatoes since the 1800s, and the state's history wouldn't be the same without this gem. Potatoes are now grown in all 50 states, but it's with Idaho's unique environment and generations of experience that makes them the top producing state in the country.
The thing about the potato is that it's harvested all over the world. People identify with it. It is a comfort food, and I mean, it tastes great, and people want to know about it.
Starchy.
Many people have seen
and it can prevent you from getting scurvy.
That sits outside of the Idaho Potato Museum, but the real adventure waits for you inside. As you walk into the museum, you step right into a potato lover's dream, with potato shirts, soap, peelers, photos, and more. In the exhibits, visitors
enter through the gift shop.
The history of the gem, and also see things they wouldn't be able to anywhere else, such as the largest potato mash collection and the world's largest potato crisp.
Idaho is a family state, Weirdy.
Was built in the 1880s, and it's a potato planter.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
It's so worn and so soft.
The museum is located right off of the highway, so over 10,000 people between April and September make the stop during their travels.
Yeah. And they have a pressed penny machine, chat.
In the field,
they have a pressed penny machine.
I really want to know, how that potato gets to their plate and provide that information.
Plans are in the works to reopen the restaurant that was originally a part of the museum when it opened 25 years ago, where they will make homemade potato goods.
That's down the road a couple of years, but it's something that we're actively working towards.
Some more immediate changes are the old doors from the depot being redone into cabinets that will house exhibits that have been in storage, a collection of potato peelers being displayed, and the
the potato peelers are actually really cool. I took pictures of the potato peelers and the potato mashers for Lordy when I was there. Because Lordy, of course, very culinary person. I thought she'd appreciate that, and she did. It's pretty cool. Lots and lots of different designs for potato peelers and potato mashers. They did not, however, have the they didn't have this potato masher. Which I think that was like the American nickname for the German grenades in World War II. They called them potato mashers. Yeah. They didn't have any of those there. Probably a good thing. But yeah. It cooks and mashes all in one, says Murph. There you go. Yeah. And Claire, I saw that. I saw you posted that in Lordy's channel. In Lordy's stream earlier. Yeah. Thank you for clipping that, Claire Burr. I need to work on my on being a little bit more pithy when it comes to stuff like that, you know? But yeah. Anyway. That clip went on for too long, and that's on me. You need to work on being more clippable, you know? Yeah. Do you want me to send it on to YouTube or feature it on Twitch? I feel like I can do better. I appreciate you, Claire. I'm working on becoming more clippable. But thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Claire. Appreciate you very much. You know that, but I like to say it. We've got some interesting stuff to talk about today. It is Thursday Birdsday. I'm kind of eager to get into some bird stuff sooner rather than later, but maybe we'll resist that urge and maybe we'll talk about something... Oh, you know what we were going to do? Rosand, let's take a look at your Tyrannosaurus that you were talking about. Victoria the T-Rex. What is this? A real T-Rex is coming to Australia. So, here's the thing. Tyrannosaurus fossils are only ever found in the United States, or much more rarely in southern Canada. And in order for a dinosaur skeleton like that to come to Australia, that means that it either has to be like on tour from a museum, or it has to be a commercial specimen, which was purchased, and then... So let's take a look at this. I'm guessing it's probably a commercial specimen, but we'll see. Yeah. Meet world-famous T-Rex Victoria. Not to be a curmudgeon about this, but when you call it a world-famous Tyrannosaurus specimen and an actual dinosaur paleontologist has never heard of it before, it might not be world-famous, you know? But yeah. We've got kind of an interesting looking skull right here. What's up with this? Sorry. What's up with this symphysis right here between the maxilla and the... Something weird's going on here. Huh. A real T-Rex fossil named Victoria. Anytime that you hear a dinosaur that's got a nickname like this, by the way, like, oh, they call it... No, it's called Gerald or Bluey, or, you know, this T-Rex is called Sweet Sally. That usually portends some sort of commercial influence there. There are not very many Tyrannosaurus specimens that are actual, like, publicly reposited specimens that have cutesy nicknames like that. There are... And we'll see, Rosand. Maybe it was done properly. I don't know. But I'm guessing it probably was like a commercial endeavor. So there are about 50 Tyrannosaurus specimens that have been excavated in the world. About 50. And generally, if they are like a museum specimen which was dug up by professional paleontologists and put into a public museum because they are public property, because they're found on public land and they can be scientifically studied and everything, generally they have a specimen number. Sometimes they kind of have a nickname, but it's not like a single word nickname. So like Sue and Stan and Trix and, you know, specimens like that, they tend to be commercial specimens. They were dug up and sold for profit. With here, this might illustrate this quite well, actually. Yeah, Stan right there. That's a commercial specimen. It was sold. AMNH 5027 is the one in the American Museum of Natural History in New York. This is the T-Rex on the Jurassic Park logo. That's that same T-Rex specimen right there. AMNH 5027. Yeah. It used to be mounted like this, upright. And that's where that logo came from. Yeah.
Dinosaurs hold a special magnetism for children.
Jump Jess, thank you so much for the 18 months of support. I appreciate you. Thank you for keeping me here on the air. That's brilliant, and I am grateful for it. Thank you. Yeah. So anyway, AMNH 5027, arguably the most well-known Tyrannosaurus specimen in the world, even if people don't know the number. That one doesn't have a cutesy nickname. It has a specimen number, you know? AMNH 5027. We give these things specimen numbers. When a fossil is in a museum, it gets a specimen number. It's almost like the number on a book in a library, the Dewey Decimal number there on a book. Like, here. Here's a book that I have right here that is a former library book. And you'll see right there, it's got that number on it. Right there. And that is an identifying number that can be used to track it. That gets into a computer system and all that, and it's a way to like keep from losing track of that book. When a fossil is in a proper museum, it gets a specimen number like this. And every single one of those individual bones usually is painted with a little bit of white gesso. It's like little splits of white paint. And then you write by hand the specimen number on it, usually. And that way, no matter where that fossil ends up, it's got that number on it, and you can tell it belongs to that organism, and it can be returned to its proper place. If it's taken out for research purposes, or to photograph, or to show a group of school children or something like that, it's got that number on it, and it will return back to its drawer, its home. It will be there in perpetuity. You know? Here, let's see. Fossil Museum collections. Here, take a look at this. With Phil Curry in Canada, where they do things right up in Canada. There, dinosaur fossils belong to the people. You know? Yeah.
Hello, and welcome to the fossil collection
Oh,
at
that's
the
not
Canadian
Phil Curry.
Museum
Never mind.
of Nature.
I thought it
And
was Phil
welcome
Curry.
to our virtual open house. I don't know about you, but I would love to have you here, and hopefully you would love to come here and see everything we have to offer. Contained within these four walls is almost 400 million years of Earth's history. I curate about 100,000 fossils from the smallest, such as fossil fungi, which also happen to be the oldest, one of the oldest forms of life in the Earth, also fossil fish and their evolutionary history, dinosaurs, those wonderful creatures like the one behind me, and of course mammals leading up to fairly modern mammals, mammoths, mastodons, and that's usually for our fossil collection where we stop. We have 4 really exciting presentations, and they're going to talk a little bit about their research and what they do with this wonderful collection, which is really your.
Look at that Styracosaurus right here, just gorgeous, and look at those giant epi spikes on the back, and the big nose horn, and the eye socket. There's the beak up front. And this lovely, that looks like Placentaceras. This ammonite right here. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. And I stopped. Oh man, I totally stepped on a really, really important point that he was making. So let's back up just a little bit. Listen to what he's about to say here, because it's important. And yeah, throw it on there. Steely Dan says, throw it on back there, about to do a sick kickflip on that skateboard. Yeah, radical. That's Dale Russell's Troodon back there. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah.
A bit about their research and what they do with this wonderful collection, which is really your collection. It is the national collection.
Yep, so it belongs to the people of Canada. It is funded by the taxpayers. It belongs to everyone in the nation of Canada. And to a certain extent, not to get too wishy-washy or sentimental about it, but it kind of belongs to all of us as human beings. You know, these belong to the people. These are important fossils that teach us about the history of life on Earth. That's why they're in this museum in the first place. They're not somebody's private property. They're not going to be sold off during divorce proceedings or something like that. These are the people's fossils.
Dr. Malone will talk about dinosaurs, such as the one behind me, and all the exciting things he does to collect them and study them. Dr. Danny Fraser, who's our mammal researcher, will talk about some of the work she does in Western Canada and some of the very interesting finds she has. Dr. Mayashta will talk about fossil fish and some of the evolutionary and really cool evolutionary processes that have taken place during a period about almost 400 million years ago. And finally, Dr. Zhao Shenwu will talk about alligators, such as Lydiasuchus from the Cretaceous.
Yeah. When you think of Canada nowadays, you probably don't think of alligators and crocodiles. You know, oh man, they were everywhere during the Mesozoic, during the age of the dinosaurs. Canada was full of crocodiles, alligatorids, all kinds of cool crocodiliforms like this. Really neat. Really neat. Yeah.
And their evolutionary link. So I hope you enjoyed our virtual open house, and I really hope we can all join each other again next year.
Yeah, good stuff. Anyway, we looked at that real briefly just because, I don't know, when we're talking about fossil collections and stuff, it's important to have that kind of background information there, you know? So anyway, it kind of gives me pause for this, and Dinosaur Dave, well, you chimed in at just the right time, Dinosaur Dave. Welcome, welcome. Dinosaur Dave says, I had a tour of a museum the other day. This is lovely. Can I ask which museum it was? The tour guide said, this is Triceratops. Its name means terrifying face. Oh boy. Oh boy. And everyone in the group looked at each other, and some 10-year-old yelled out, no, tri means 3, Sarah means horn, and tops means face. It's a 3-horned face. What else are you getting wrong here? And he then stormed off. My first thought was, there goes 10-year-old Aussie Danny. Oh, I was a more polite child, I like to think. I felt sorry for her. It seemed like she didn't do the tour that often. and was a bit confused here and there. Yeah, that's the thing, is that, like, this is a thing we have here in the US as well, where at museums, even like big museums, sometimes the docents for tours are volunteers. And these are people who are not necessarily very well versed in the subject matter. Maybe they went through like one orientation and like they kind of half remember everything, and then they just kind of repeat it, and they get a lot of stuff wrong. A lot of stuff wrong. Here in the US, this happens a lot because museums don't tend to have very large operating budgets, so they can't really, like, hire docents to do this, or, like, the people who are working in other parts of the museum don't necessarily have time to be able to do tours, so they have to rely on volunteers for that. And oftentimes volunteers are, because of how things are in the US, oftentimes the only people who can afford to actually volunteer at a museum like that are people who are retired and just kind of looking for something to do. Well, they're a little bit elderly, they need some social interaction.
Instead of settling for knowing what dinosaurs looked like, we now need to know how they lived.
And Murderous Squirrel, thank you for the 31 months. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. It's always better when you can pay people to do something, you know? And a lot of museums in the US just don't have the ability to do that. They don't have the wherewithal. And they don't have a lot of, like, people who are actually interested in the subject matter who are volunteering there. Sometimes it's just, like, older, retired people who are just kind of looking for something to do. And that's great, but those people also crave guidance. And they're often not getting it. You know? At, this is slightly different, but, at the University of California Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley, just down the road from me, we've got a few dinosaur skeletons, or a dinosaur skeleton, and a few other dinosaur casts out on display in the public area of, this is like within a big classroom building. And this is a favorite spot for tour groups to go through. Like, there will be prospective students who are kind of visiting campus for the first time, and there will be a tour guide who's walking through there and will just kind of... They're really eager to show off the T-Rex skeleton. That's the Wonkel Rex right there. MOR 555. They often say things that are wildly incorrect about this. I noticed this when I was a high school volunteer at this museum. You know, I'd be walking out of the museum and there'd be this huge group of, you know, prospective students on a tour. And the tour guide would be walking through and say, well, this right here is the world's largest T-Rex. Or she'd say, this is the world's smallest T-Rex. Or this is a real T-Rex skeleton. That's real fossil bone there. Or she'd say, this T-Rex skeleton was hand-carved out of wood. Or just the wild things that you would hear. And there's a paleontologist, dinosaur paleontologist who used to work here. Mark Goodwin. And he actually installed this Tyrannosaurus in the first place. Like, he helped erect that fossil mount there. And Mark, well, here he is right there. Yeah. Making repair on it. It was every few months Mark would just start to get fed up with this. And he would storm off to the whatever office it was on campus that the tour guides were based in. And he would say, no, here is a fact sheet. This is what you should say about this Tyrannosaurus. Like, everything that I heard there was total lies, complete falsehoods. Just, here's the actual information. And then for a few weeks after that, tour guides would actually have like real information that they were relaying to people. And then it would just get progressively worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse after that. And then you'd have to go do it again. But yeah. But yeah. It's frustrating. I don't know. I've been thinking a lot about this kind of thing as there is a museum project that's trying to get off the ground right now. And I've been thinking a lot about how do you actually recruit a good base of volunteers? How do you have a cadre of enthusiastic, knowledgeable people who want to be there and want to contribute? And how do you establish a culture like that at a new fossil museum? And I'm not sure yet, but it's some museums and other institutions, some museums and science centers and aquaria and zoos, nature centers, they do a really, really good job of this kind of thing. Some of them not so much. What's the difference there? What is the secret sauce? I don't know. That's going to be important to find out. Yeah. Big one in Canberra. Oh, very cool, Dinosaur Dave. Well. Let's take a look. Lenina says, I volunteer as tribute. Nice. It says this folder is empty, Dinosaur Dave. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to here. The Melbourne Museum is thrilled to introduce Victoria, one of the largest and most complete Tyrannosaurus Rex fossils in the world. How have I never heard of this? As a dinosaur paleontologist, how have I never heard of this? And Cannon Stall Cod, please don't be a troll. Okay? That's a warning right there. Yeah. The first real T-Rex ever to be shown in Victoria, 66 million years after first roaming the Earth. Coming on 20th of June, exclusively to the Melbourne Museum. Victoria the T-Rex is a world-class interactive exhibition that will vividly transport visitors to the age of the Cretaceous. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Where is this specimen from? Presumably it's from Montana or North or South Dakota or Wyoming. The T-Rex fossil is incredibly well preserved and tells the fascinating story of a life hard lived. Composed of 199 bones. How many of those are the actual fossil bones, though? You know? Spanning more than 12 meters in length and towering over us at 3.6 meters tall. It was discovered by fossil prospectors in South Dakota in 2013. These are probably commercial collectors, and this is like a commercial specimen. I'm guessing here. I mean, that's the thing, is that if it were found on public land by professional paleontologists, it would be in a museum in the US, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Victoria was taken to Dinolab in Victoria, British Columbia to be studied and restored, which is where the T-Rex earned its name. Interesting. Okay. Not a lot of information about the specimen itself.
Face to face with the largest and most complete T-Rex fossil touring the world. Meet Victoria.
Reminds me of being a kid coming through the doors. You have got to come see this.
An immersive exhibition featuring the real fossil of one of the greatest predators to ever walk the planet.
It was awesome. I loved the hands-on.
Blown away. This is absolutely amazing.
It was spectacular.
Victoria, the T-Rex, only at Arizona Science Center. Get your tickets now at azscience.org.
Hey everyone, I'm Shaguna Dulu.
And I'm Christina Guerrero. Okay, I think we can all agree that as kids, we were fascinated by dinosaurs.
Why are you still fascinated by dinosaurs?
The Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Before the Ice Age, this was one creature you did not want.
What does he mean before the Ice Age? What? What? Before the Ice Age? Well, yes, but I don't know. It's like saying, I don't know, if you're talking about, you know, King Ramses II, it's like, oh, you know, before the McDonald's McFlurry, he was the king of Egypt. It's like, well, sure, but that's a long time after that, you know? What? I'm sorry, what? I think there's a really common misperception that people have. Come on, Google Keep. The clock's ticking. Don't be so slow. I'm trying to keep this broadcast going. Don't take forever to load this. Look it up on YouTube in the meantime.
This is
Barbara Joy.
Jurassic Park. Digging up dinosaurs is hard, frustrating work. It takes months or years, so leave it to the professionals.
Thank you, Barbara Joy. I appreciate you for that follow. Thank you. Let's see here. Trying to find. No, I think it is right here. There. Turn closed captions off. There we go. Okay. World's greatest actor right there. Ice to see you. McBain. All right. Let's get to the line. Yeah, that is, I think, a really, really common misperception that people have, is that dinosaurs died out because of the Ice Age. And that is so incredibly far from being true. It's like saying that the fall of Rome was caused by the Cola Wars, or... That's not even a good analogy, because we're talking about tens of millions of years in between. Here's what I'm talking about here. So, the Ice Ages during the Pleistocene are up here. They're like less than 1 million years ago. The extinction of the dinosaurs, except for birds, of course, was 66 million years ago. That asteroid hit 66 million years ago. So they're off by about 66 million years. Maybe 65 million years if we're being generous. You know? Hogan says, we all know the fall of Rome was caused by the McDonald's McFlurry. There you go. Yeah. No, I actually heard it was the McRib, Hogan. It caused corruption in the Senate. Yeah. Star King says the extinction of the dinosaurs was caused by Twitter. Star King, not the extinction of the dinosaurs. No, that's our, our current impending extinction caused by social media. Oh. Yeah. Anyway, Beats International says that line in the movie was particularly cutting because, of course, Robin is descended from dinosaurs. There you go. Yeah. Anyway, somebody made a really good point here, actually. Or it had a really good question. Beguiling Fang says, hold on, it hit between the Cenozoic and the Cretaceous? So that is what marks the distinction between the Cenozoic and the Cretaceous. That is what ended the Cretaceous period, was that asteroid impact. So the line between the Cretaceous and the Paleogene periods, between the Mesozoic and the Cenozoic, that is the asteroid impact. That is what caused that devastation. That's what caused that mass extinction event. It's... Here. Let's see if I can find you a clip. So we can talk about this more in depth. Again, show, don't tell. That's what I try and do here. Here we go. The day the Mesozoic died. Get it? Like the day the music died? No, the day the Mesozoic died. That was first. There we go.
Bottom of that gray band, you see it's razor sharp.
At the same time, which told us.
Whoop. A few more.
Now exposed, they represent over 1 million years of a geological time period known as the Cretaceous.
The Cretaceous period. The Cretaceous, of course, is here. This is the last period in the age of dinosaurs. Triassic, Jurassic, Cretaceous. It's the age of dinosaurs there. And then it stops. What happened?
Like Alvarez in Italy, Smith had also found a strange clay layer.
It's not that interesting.
At the same time.
Brad the Matt. I've done it many times.
A dramatic story.
There's not a lot going on there, honestly. Yeah.
Jan, what can we tell about Earth's history from just looking at these rocks?
Well, you can see the end of the one world and the beginning of the next one. And you see there is a very sharp, extremely sharp dividing line between the two.
That gray band.
That's that gray band over there. At the bottom of that gray band,
there.
you see it's razor sharp.
And this reddish maroon rock, the oceans are healthy and steaming along.
They're healthy, they're steady, they don't change at all. And all of a sudden we see a dramatic change.
Yep.
Which we call the KT boundary.
We know we call it the KPG, but don't worry about that.
The KT boundary, found at the bottom of this gray layer, marks not only the end of a period, the Cretaceous, but also of the Mesozoic era.
There you go, Beguiling Fangs, yeah.
Stretch of time.
Yep.
The history of animal life on Earth has been divided into 3 such eras.
Yep.
Early life.
Paleozoic.
Or Paleozoic. The age of dinosaurs, or Mesozoic.
Mesozoic means, Meso is like middle, like Mesoamerican. Middle. Zoic means life, like zoology, like... So Mesozoic means middle life. It's right there in the middle between the Paleozoic and the Cenozoic. Ceno means recent life.
And the era of mammals, or Cenozoic.
Yeah.
The Cretaceous-Tertiary boundary lies right in between these.
And even this is a little bit misleading because, like, the mammoths should be way at the end of this. This is all, like, you know, bright and warm and temperate and sometimes tropical here in North America. The Ice Age is only, like, at the last little split at the end.
2 eras.
Yeah.
Marked here by this layer of clay.
What drew you to this boundary, Jan?
Well, Sean, we're looking
And
here.
Dinosaur Dave makes a really good point there. Dinosaur Dave, you're spot on.
These rocks are
that
literally
is some
packed with foraminifera.
That is
So we
some
call this the
incisive,
Cretaceous.
insightful
And these rocks
thinking.
here are the Tertiary. And the base of the Tertiary consists of a dark gray clay layer. And there the life has almost disappeared. And the KT boundary is just in between. I can point at it. It's right here where you see a contrast between the purple.
Sloppy Salamander says, how many years did the Ice Age actually last? So there are multiple Ice Ages, but they're like less than 1 million years. Or something like that. We can talk about that, yeah.
And the dark. It's an extremely sharp boundary.
And just across that thin little boundary, there's this huge change in what you see in the forams. And why is that so stunning to you?
It's so stunning because there is no preceding evidence of anything happening there. So
Yeah.
it doesn't matter if I take a piece here, a piece there, or just underneath what we call the KT boundary. The foraminifera will remain the same, so they don't change overnight. And then, bang, they're gone.
So what's that telling?
Lineage says, I'm still so happy he calls the rocks purple. As Earth scientists, we're often very generous with how we describe the color terms of different rocks. You know, when regular people think purple, they think, you know, purple. But, you know, when we're talking about rocks, everything is a shade of gray or brown. So, like, it could be really, really purple, but it's, you know, it's like a very purplish brown or a purplish gray. We will call that purple as geologists, as paleontologists, as sedimentologists. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And Linnea says, oh, I work with color, so I totally get it. He's a kindred spirit for sure. Yes, indeed. And that Munsell book that I got as a very generous gift from a member of this community kind of helps illustrate this. You know, purple in that will not be purple in like a, you know, Sherwin-Williams, you know, paint swatch that you get at the hardware store. It's you know, a geological purple, you know?
That tells me the base of the food chain of the oceans disappeared.
And Brett from
and
oh,
everything
interesting.
which is dependent on it is totally zapped right at the boundary.
Yeah.
In Amsterdam, change at the boundary becomes clearer when Smith.
Anyway, this is a really, really cool video. If you'd like to learn more about the extinction of the dinosaurs and the ammonites and the mosasaurs and the plesiosaurs and all of the toothed birds and like all these other groups that go extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period, check out that video there. It is good stuff, and I think you'll like it a lot. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And you're welcome, Beguiling Fangs. Thank you for the good question here. Shoot, before we talk about the Ice Ages, as we probably should, I want to return to this right here. Because Rosand and anybody else in Australia who's looking forward to seeing Victoria the T-Rex, I don't want to put you off from doing this. You should go there and see this. You should absolutely do that. And you know, there are silver linings, I guess, in this idea that that dinosaur fossils from North America, from the United States, sometimes get sold to the highest bidder. You know, at least sometimes they end up on a tour like this of different museums and people get to see them. And you know what? That is really, really cool. I don't want to yuck anybody's yum about this. I don't want to just be a Scrooge about it, you know? Fossils should be in museums to be studied by scientists and enjoyed by the public. And you know what? This one is being enjoyed by the public. So let's take a look. Play.
Want to run into, so we decided to relive our childhood and get up close and personal with a queen of the dinosaurs. That's our featured story on the top of the
There you go,
list.
Brad, from that. Yeah, yeah.
The Tyrannosaurus Rex, king of the dinosaurs, was one of the world's deadliest creatures known to man. But there's one T-Rex in particular who is holding...
Who wrote this? One of the world's deadliest creatures known to man. I'm sorry, what?
Deadliest creatures known to man.
Oh,
but there's
boy.
one T-Rex in particular.
One of the world's deadliest creatures in the world on the planet. Oh, goodness. Earth's deadliest monster in the world.
Who is holding court at the Arizona Science Center in Phoenix, Arizona. The first stop on her world tour.
Here she is.
Chief Curiosity Officer and loyal subject, Sari on Science, is here to introduce the realm to this queen of the dinosaurs. Her name is Victoria.
Victoria the T-Rex is 66 million years old.
And do they really know that? I mean, is it from right underneath the boundary? Because Tyrannosaurus lived from between about... We're still kind of figuring out like the lower bounds of the Hell Creek Formation and the Lance Formation and figuring out like when Tyrannosaurus first evolved. But it's somewhere like 68 million years ago up until 66 million years ago. 66 is... I'm glad they didn't say 65 at least. You know, but... But do they really know that it's 66? Do they have good strat data on this is what I want to know. When this crew was digging this animal up, did they just yank all the bones out of the ground and destroy all of that important stratigraphic data? Or do they actually have that on file somewhere? I don't know. I don't know.
Her name is Victoria.
Victoria the T-Rex.
Who dug this up? I don't know,
66
Reagan
million
Nation.
years old,
Yeah.
Found in 2013 in Faith, South Dakota. She was...
Oh, this might be a BHI specimen if it's near Faith, South Dakota. And if it is BHI, if it is from the Black Hills Institute, they probably do have some kind of strat data there. But I don't know. In the world of commercial fossil selling, like you don't know if maybe another institution muscled in on BHI's territory. Another commercial group, I should say, muscled in on BHI's territory. And it's like, hey, you know, we can pay you a bit more to dig up these you know. You don't know what happened here.
processed in Victoria, British Columbia, hence the name Victoria. And she's incredible.
And she's incredibly real, too. Most museums reconstruct these animals out of casts of fossils, but...
At 40 feet long and 199 real bones.
I do not believe that. I do not believe that 199 bones are real here. That would make it the most complete Tyrannosaurus skeleton in the world, and that's not what they're claiming. I very much doubt that. I do not think that 199 of those fossil bones are actually real fossil bones. I do not believe that.
To the global and serious game of paleontology.
Abstention, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. I like your name. It's very, very no nonsense. It's like something you hear in a court proceeding. Thanks for the follow. Welcome.
Of fossils, but...
At 40 feet long and 199 real bones, she's one of the largest and most complete T-Rexes ever found.
In fact, she's only the second T-Rex in existence to have as many real bones as she does.
This is a unique opportunity to really get up close and personal with real fossils.
The next thing to know about Victoria is that there's something special.
That's not a Tyrannosaurus right there. This is not Tyrannosaurus. That's Daspletosaurus right there. Or is it Gorgosaurus? But this is not Tyrannosaurus right here. That's a different Tyrannosaur. This is, This is like Daspletosaurus right here. Not Tyrannosaurus. In fact, we might even be able to find the same exact image. Right there. And... yeah, I don't know.
Special about those real fossils.
Something that a lot of people don't know is that only about 50 T-Rex skeletons have ever been found.
So it's a pretty big deal that she's as complete as she is. But even the parts that are missing are pretty cool too.
Anything that the scientists didn't have, they 3D printed to give you a really complete picture of what she would have looked like.
And if you saw Victoria roaming the land back in her day, she wouldn't be hard to miss.
Now, if we were able to see
pretty
her
decent
in all of her
reconstruction,
complete
though.
glory
A
when
3D
she was
one.
living, Victoria would be about 10.5 tons. She's huge.
Victoria also has some features that make her stand out.
Yeah, so every single one of these, like this, these are not just not fossil bones. Like they're not even casts. They're not even sculpts. This is just like really. This is practically identical to this right there. Like these are 3D printed bits. Like the joints between these caudal vertebrae right there, but between those caudal centra, like they look very much not real. I don't think there's like a single fossil bone right here in this shot that's actually real. In fact, you can tell that they're not. You can tell right off the bat, not a single one of these is a real bone. This whole section of tail right here is not the real fossil bone. And chat, how can you tell? You know, you already got it. Yeah. There's no cradle. There's no antlers. There's no fingers. There's no armature to it. Exactly. No metal framework. Chat, here is a really quick and simple guide on how to tell if a dinosaur fossil is real in a museum. If it's mounted, if it's like a skeleton that's standing up, like your typical dinosaur museum skeleton. What you think of when you think of a dinosaur skeleton in a museum. Here's one right here. This is the same one we were looking at earlier, the Wonkel Rex at UCMP in Berkeley. What do you think, chat? Are these real fossil bones or are they replicas? What do you think? What do you think here? And there you go, Murph. That is true. Yeah. If you said that these... oh, man. Look, that's good. Those have got to be real fossil bones. No, you would be incorrect. These are indeed replicas. Now I will show you another fossil specimen here. Or another specimen. Actually, it's going to be the same specimen. In a different museum. Well, chat. Are these real fossil bones here or replicas? And how can you tell? Salamander says real. Adrian Celestine says real. Real metal cradles. Yeah, it is both, Sayasank. You are correct about that, yeah. Yeah. So what you're seeing here is the same specimen. This is the Wonkel Rex. So this is the same exact animal as this right here. It is the same individual critter. This one here is a cast, and you can tell because right here, the fossil, well, there's no like metal framework underneath. There's maybe a little bit of metal framework, but it goes like direct up into that tibia right there. The metal rods are just rammed through the bones. That's how you can tell these bones are made of resin. So you can just jam the supporting metal rods straight through in order to get it to fit together like that. In this case, you've got the metal framework right there, and all of the bones being kind of gently cradled in place. Here, I'll show you a video clip about this. Yep. So they're creating a metal armature.
Going up nicely. We were basically raising the tail 5 inches, so we bent the structural steel, and the reason why we did that was...
And so this is, right here, the same specimen that we were just looking at. This is the nation's T-Rex, the Wonkel Rex, MOR 555. There are parts of this, and Siasank was a 1,000,000% correct about this. Not every bone in this is actually the real fossil bone. A lot of it is real fossil bone, but there are replica pieces as well, like the skull is an exact copy of the real thing because it's just too heavy to keep there. Like, it would be dangerous in order to keep this there. But you see the scapula right there, that is real. Humerus, radius and ulna, those are real. Yeah.
Keep it out of the reach of the public.
Let's see that metal framework that they're building there on it? Yeah.
We have steel workers, we have blacksmiths, we have a lot of sculptors. You know, we have artists, like a lot have an art background. We have conservators, preparators, mold makers. It's a huge feather in our cap, you know, like just to do this. And, you know, especially after a career of doing it.
And so in this case, what they've got here, this is one of the most complete Tyrannosaurus skeletons ever found.
Huge feather in our cap, you know, like.
And here, in this case, they've got one caudal vertebra right here. And see that metal, those like metal fingers, metal antlers, whatever you want to call them. So this one is brown. This is the actual fossil bone right there. The rest of these are casts, or replicas, or sculpts. I'm not sure how much of the tail of the Wonkel Rex was preserved. So it could be the majority of this is replica. It could be that they're also just using casts of this to kind of fit everything together before they put the real bones on. These might be like temporary placeholders right here. I'm not totally sure. But yeah.
Like just to do this, and you know, especially after a career of doing it.
But those are the real bones there.
Major museums throughout the world.
Skull is not real. The brown stuff is real bone.
This is going to come down.
So what we're thinking is release the tension.
There's Matt Carano right there, curator of dinosaurs at the Smithsonian.
It's incredibly complicated. It requires a number of different disciplines and expertise to put together an exhibit, and we work on it for years, assembling all of these different elements. And when you walk in the hall, all of that is invisible to you as a visitor.
In this particular project, the biggest challenge probably has been the interaction of the two animals. A T-Rex standing over a Triceratops, it's basically right on top of it, and to try and get the two skulls to line up, plus all of the other elements.
That's a huge undertaking.
To make it work was challenging in the fact that it's
and
just...
Dadette, how are you doing? Welcome.
The armature that holds the real fossil, which we call the fossil holder.
Yep. Fossil holder. This is the reason I'm showing you this video, is because of this part right here. You know? This is exactly why.
The armature that holds the...
So look at that. Look at that. This metal armature right here. All of this has to be custom made. This is why we need craftsmen, we need welders, we need metal workers to work alongside paleontologists. Like, sometimes people ask me, like, Danny, I want to be involved with paleontology, but, you know, I'm a little bit older. I don't want to go back to school. I don't think I want to be a scientist, but I want to work with dinosaurs. How do I do it? And I say, if you like working with your hands, if you think you might have proficiency in this kind of thing, metalworking can be a way to actually work with fossils and create museum displays. If you're interested in giving the public dinosaurs, but you might not want to do that from like a, you might not have the scientific chops to do that, you could make a huge impact by doing stuff like this, you know? Yeah. And there you go. Alexander Morrison confirms. Yeah. Yeah.
Real fossil, which we call the fossil holder, has, some people call them antlers, fingers, whatever you want to call them, but it usually consists of a piece of half round with pieces that are tapered, and they follow the contour of the bone very closely.
Beautiful.
It's got a...
It's like a work of art. It's gorgeous in its utilitarianism. Somebody who's able to do this really, really well can make sure that that fossil is well supported while creating something that's beautiful but also just kind of fades into the background. It's almost like being a video editor or something like that, where it's like, you know, you've done a really, really good job if no one notices your work, unless they really know what to look for. It's an interesting conundrum like that. Like the most beautiful kind of work is the stuff that doesn't even get noticed. Its beauty is in its invisibility to most people. But to people who really know, they will see that and they will go, holy cow, that is some of the best armature work I have ever seen. That is incredible. You know? Yeah. It's like being a good referee. There you go, Murph. Yeah. Sciasank says, do the crafters have a mold of the original bone to work from? I find it difficult to believe the museum would allow them to handle the real bones unless they were properly trained. These people have been properly trained, and they are handling the real bones. Those are the real bones right there. But for part of this, they're probably also... I'm sure they've made a cast of the entire skeleton, so they have replicas of all the bones, and they can do the metalworking around the casts. And then let it harden. Like, they do all the welding and all the stuff that could potentially damage the real bone. They do that with a cast in place, and then they take the cast out, and then they put the real bone in place at the end.
It's basically right on top of it, and to try and get the two skulls to line up, plus all of the other elements, and make it work was challenging in the fact that it's just so much going on.
Yeah.
The armature that holds the real fossil, which we call the fossil holder, has, some people call them antlers, fingers, whatever you want to call them, but it usually consists of a piece of half round with pieces that are tapered, and they follow the contour of the bone very closely.
Yep. Look at that. Each one of these different bones there is got to have a custom piece of armature around it. Custom shaped, custom welded, custom clipped, custom... I'm not a metal worker. I don't know these terms, but I appreciate the artistry and the craftsmanship there is incredible, you know?
It consists of a piece of half round with pieces that are tapered, and they follow the contour of the bone very closely.
Incredible.
It's got a high percentage of real fossil, but where you see the white areas, those are generally cast materials that have been supplemented in. The ribs, there's white. And then, of course, all the cracks.
Yeah.
This skull will be a cast. The skull is the one part that's probably of greatest scientific interest. And so we want to make that accessible to scientific study. And if we position it like this, it's really going to make it impossible for scientists to get at it. Also, the precariousness of the way this mount is, with the skull really hanging off the neck as it is in a live animal, is not well suited to mounting a real bone.
Yep. Yeah. The reason I bring this up is because in this video here, you don't see any of that armature here. Victoria's features, what features? These are sculpts and not even good sculpts right here. Like, this seems really... I know these are supposed to be caudal vertebrae right here, but they don't have... This is, honestly, this is shoddy work. You know? It doesn't have a lot of character to it. It's just like, pfft, slap it together. It's not real anyway, you know? Yeah. And Claire Burr, thank you for reposting that. Claire says, Danny, you were right. Paleontologist Jared Hudson, owner of In the Beginning Fossils, displays the recreated head of the T-Rex dinosaur he discovered on the Darwin and Patty Hauser Ranch near Faith. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, the vertebrae do look like marshmallows, Kill It on K. It doesn't look great. Oh, that's posted by HD and HB. Thank you, HD. Appreciate you. Yeah. Yeah, so you can tell. I bet if I got a really close look at a lot of these, they're not great.
Even more.
She was found with an unusually complete skull.
So, oh boy. Yeah, shoot. This is also like not great preservation right here, and these jaws are at a weird angle. But all of this is sculpted and not sculpted well. Like this part over here is all artificial. Like what is going on with the jugals and the lower portion of the orbit, and like it just feels very third rate, you know? I'm assuming that this is the actual premax right here, an actual maxilla, actual dennary, but this whole part's been filled in and like not filled in well. It just feels slapdash, like they just kind of, you know, just slap it together. Time is money. We're trying to make a profit here, you know?
And in that skull, she has 2 teeth growing out of one socket, which has never been seen before in another T-Rex.
In fact, her
and that's a real shame that this will probably never appear in a scientific journal. You know, because it is a commercial specimen and it's meant for showbiz rather than for scientific study, you know?
One socket, which has never been seen before in another T-Rex.
In fact, her mouth tells us a lot, especially her jaw.
She has marks from fights with other dinosaurs, actually other T-Rexes.
But there's also evidence that this queen didn't go down easy.
She's got marks on her neck showing that she likely...
So these cervical vertebrae right here are real. These ones appear fused right there, where just the most superficial of observances, looking at a YouTube video, these cervical verts almost look like they're fused together. These cervical ribs have been reconstructed. You see how smooth they are? Like, that fossil bone was not preserved there, or at least not dug up properly. Yeah.
We had a broken neck that healed.
But then there's her other most notable feature, those classic T-Rex arms.
Oh boy. No. So whoever was producing this video did not know what they were doing. This is not a T-Rex right here. This is some kind of Tetnuran theropod. I'm guessing Yangshuanosaurus or Szechuanosaurus or something right there. Notice the 3 fingers on each hand. Yeah. This is worse than the one that they showed earlier right here. I'm wondering if this news channel got these. This could be Torvosaurus, but I don't know. Anyway, they showed another graphic of a big theropod at some point, and I'm like, that looks like Daspletosaurus. Yeah, so they're showing a different one right here. This is clearly a Tyrannosaur, maybe Gorgosaurus or something. That's very, very different from this right here. This is not only not Victoria the T-Rex, it's not even a Tyrannosaurus. It's not even a Tyrannosauroid. This is some sort of like Allosaurus. This I'm guessing it's probably Szechuanosaurus or Yangchuanosaurus. Yeah, from like probably, 70 million years earlier. Skull's way different, Beguiling Fangs. Yeah, yeah. In fact, actually, let me see if I can find this. Szechuanosaurus skeleton. Not Szechuanosaurus. Let's try Yangchuanosaurus. Could be Yangchuanosaurus. I don't think it's Sinoraptor. I don't know who that is. But it is most definitely not Tyrannosaurus. The teeth are all yanked out, makes me think of like Ceratosaurus or something, but the rest of the skeleton does not say Ceratosaur.
T-Rex arms.
One of the top questions when it comes to T-Rex is, what are those little tiny arms for? If you look at her, they're inward oriented. So really, T-Rex, they're clappers, not slappers.
Those arms could actually grip things.
So they're definitely...
I mean, they're not... Oh boy. I wish they had like an actual paleontologist on staff or to... So the clappers, not slappers thing is, I guess what she's trying to portray is that those wrists are pronated, so that the palms face one another like this. Rather than being like this, they're not walking around like Mr. Burns, you know? Where is he with the pronated wrists? That's funny. That straight up is Mr. Burns right there. What? Ousted Alabama governor. Holy cow. Alabama used to have Mr. Burns as a governor, apparently. Oh boy. But yeah, I don't know. Mr. Burns often walks around like this. That's not... T-Rex was not doing that. Velociraptor was not doing that. Basically, no dinosaurs were doing this, you know? Instead, their palms would face one another like this. So, clapping rather than slapping, I guess? I don't know what she was trying to say. But the funny thing about T-Rex is that those arms are too short for the fingers to actually touch. So it couldn't do any clapping, you know? So it's kind of the... That's kind of the... It's a lousy analogy. You know?
Not slappers.
Those arms could actually grip things.
So they were definitely functional. Now, what they were used for, those ideas are out.
Visit Victoria at the Arizona Science Center until May 2020 before the next stop on her world tour.
And are they functional? That's a matter of debate. I think the majority of dinosaur paleontologists would probably say, like, those arms are on their way out. They're vestigial. They're not really used for much of anything. If these animals had been allowed to continue to evolve, those arms would have been lost over time. Like legs on a whale, you know? It really doesn't seem like they were used for much of anything at all. How long are the arms? They're about the same size as my arms, Mirth. So, not very big at all. Yeah. There have been a few papers that have been published saying like, oh, well, these arms are actually remarkably strong. Well, yeah, because you're talking about an animal that's 13 meters long. It's a huge creature. Even a small part of that creature is still going to be relatively, like, robust or strong. But those arms are tiny, tiny, tiny. You know, compared to the full size of the animal. Those arms probably were not used for for really anything in particular. They are vestigial for most intents and purposes, you know? How much could it bench? With its arms? HD, it would have to be on its back for that. This animal could not... It's like saying how much weight could an elephant bench. It's like you can't put an elephant on its back, you know? It's just, it can't bench. It can pick up the whole bench with its mouth and throw it across the room. That's even better, in my opinion. You know? But yeah. How about curl, says Murph? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. I've shown this many times, but I'll show it again. There's a book here. Right there. Which is, it provides like a speculative picture of what Tyrannosaurus or its descendants might have looked like if they hadn't gone extinct when that asteroid hit. Yeah. So the caption here is, there were never dinosaurs like these, but there might have been if just a few of the non-avian examples had not died out 66 million years ago. Yeah, hunted by long-legged tyrannosaurs that had lost their useless arms. So here, there's no arms at all on these tyrannosaurs. If that asteroid had missed Earth, and the non-avian dinosaurs had not gone extinct, if tyrannosaurs had been allowed to keep evolving, if they were allowed to keep continuing on this trend in which they were going, you know, there is a decent chance that they would have lost those arms altogether and basically just ended up like this, with no arms at all anymore. And it makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah. Rel Jenkins says, where are the feathers? We don't know for certain whether Tyrannosaurus did have feathers or not. We know other Tyrannosauroids did, but we don't know about T-Rex in particular. And I like you, Beguiling Fangs. Beguiling Fangs, it says, it reminds me of the tiny vestigial legs of the boa. Yeah. Only on male boas, though, as far as I know. Those little claspers they have. And how are you doing, Moon Pie? Moon Pie. Do you want to come up here? Oh, Moon Pie, I see your tail shaking. That means you need something. Come here. Come on up. Yeah. Oh, come here, Moon Pie. Come here. Do you want to do Metazua with us? Come here. She's walking away now. She doesn't even want my attention. Come here, Moon Pie. Hey.
Reganation gifted a tier 1 sub to Beguiling Fans.
Thank you, Reganation. I appreciate that very much. Good stuff. Appreciate you, Reganation. We're a little bit behind today on our sub goal for the week, but you've helped a little bit there, Reganation, and I appreciate that. Yeah. And Dame Karen, how about treats? Moon Pie doesn't like treats. She doesn't. I can show you if you'd like to see. There's a cat who does not like treats. Oh, Moon Pie. She does like being pet. She does like pets, huh? Yeah, come here, Moon Pie. Come on up. Want to do Metazua with us? Come here, Moon Pie. I just have to pretend like I'm ignoring her, and she'll hop right up. There we go. Yeah, Moon Pie. There you go. Good to see you, Moon Pie. Good to see you. Yeah. What are you looking at over there? You investigating my backdrop for the day? Looking at the wall there? Yeah, Moon Pie. You having a good day? I hope so. Yeah, Moon Pie. Can I I brush you a little bit? Here, chat, let me show you. She does not like treats, and I can prove it. Moon Pie, do you want a treat? She doesn't care. Here, look. You want a treat? I'll put that right there for you. Look. Here. Can I put it in your face? Read that? Oh, she doesn't care. Oh, thanks for stopping by, Moon Pie. You see what I mean, chat? She doesn't like treats. Yeah. The other cats love treats. Not Moon Pie. Yeah, not interested. Nope. She doesn't like any treats, Star King. Not any treats. You can even offer her little bits of kibble that she normally eats out of her bowl on a table or in front of her, whatever. She's like, no, I don't want this. What? She looks at you like you're crazy, you know? So yeah. Moon Pie has never encountered a treat that she's very suspicious of all treats and all food that's outside of her bowl. But yeah. Anyway, Linnea says, that's wild. Fezzik has eaten part of a powdered donut before. You know, different strokes for different cats. I got Sweetie Pie to eat part of a corn chip. Like a tortilla chip. Earlier. She was licking it, licking all the salt off of it, and like trying to bite it. Moon Pie? Never. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway. Your cat thinks plastic is the tastiest thing. Oh no, Sloppy Salamander. I used to live with another cat who would we couldn't have any rubber bands in the house because she would eat them, apparently she ate a rubber band once and it got tangled in her digestive system and she had to be taken to the vet and had to have surgery so she wouldn't die. So like there were no rubber bands allowed in the whole house. Thankfully the cats here do not have issues like that. Yeah. She didn't eat them though. Good. I'm glad she mostly didn't eat them. Yeah. There was a Twitter thread a long time ago. Oh, shoot, here it is. Did I manage to find it? Holy moly. Yeah. Here, every cat upon instantiation will spawn with one random non-meat food item it is obsessed with. There is no way to tell what that is until the day the cat will steal something off your plate like its life depended upon it. Yeah. So there's a cat eating was it a beet? Oh my goodness. What is that? Is it a purple yam? My goodness. But that is a thing. Cats, man, you know? Anyway, there are a bunch of different replies to this. Here's a cat who loves graham crackers.
It is her favorite activity. Today is Monday, which means that Gandalf gets to lick a graham cracker. It is her favorite activity. Today is Monday, which means that Gandalf gets to lick a graham cracker. It is her favorite activity.
That's a corn cob right there, looks like. Yeah. And there've got to be more, right? What's up with all the more replies? Yeah, my cat's non-meat obsession is chickpeas. Just swipe them off my plate, and one day in chickpeas, haven't known safety since. Yeah. So this cat really liked marinara. To the point we started making her own little plate if we were having spaghetti, so she wouldn't just swipe ours right off our plates. There you go. Yeah. And cats are not descended from dinosaurs. They are very much mammals, HD. Yeah. Yeah. Jelly donuts. Only the jelly filled it and would ignore jelly or jam or anything else. Something about deep frying jelly in dough spoke to him. This cat loves celery, even more than grass or houseplants. She'll not open a bag to steal celery. Yeah. Takini loves mixed nuts and my senior horse's grain. Yeah. Cats, man. Yeah. One of mine has yogurt. The girl is scared of everything, including the sound of her own feet, but if you so much as hold a container of yogurt anywhere in the country, she will be climbing up your pants to get to it. Yeah. Winston eats corn. He loves it. Popcorn, cornbread, puffed corn, cheese snacks, inexplicable. Yeah. Interesting stuff. Anyway, I'll give you a link to that thread right there. It is delightful. I wish Twitter was this good. Twitter used to be so good, you know? It's... Oh, it makes me so sad, you know? So Dolly says, mine recognized a Cheerios box. Your cat likes Cheerios? Oh, man. I miss Twitter, too, Bella Messina. Oh, man. But, you know, it's time for Metazua right now. Let's get into some Metazua. Let's try and guess our mystery animal of the day in as few guesses as possible. Not even the Honey Nut Cheerios, but regular Cheerios, Kodali? That's wild. Yeah. Yeah. If any of you are here for the first time, you've never seen me struggle with Metazua before, this is a guessing game, a lot like Wordle, if you're familiar with that. You type in the name of an animal here in an attempt to get to the mystery animal, and this game will show you the most exclusive clade that includes both your guess and the mystery animal of the day. This game is, it seems, heavily tilted toward placental mammals. So chat, give me the name of a placental mammal. Gojira says cat. Let's go with cat. You know what? That's a carnivorous placental mammal. We'll go with cat and see if that's... Oh boy. Not super close. But it is an animal with bones, at least. It is a Eutellostome, which is an animal with bones. A bony animal. Let me show you what that means here. So the really cool thing about this game is that it actually looks at animals from a scientific perspective, an evolutionary perspective. If we're trying to narrow down what the animal is, this game it'll give you, you know, a clade like this. It's looking at it from a phylogenetic or cladistic standpoint. So let's go to vertebrates here. Yeah. And we've got the vertebrates, vertebrata, which, as we talked about yesterday, is basically synonymous with fishes. Gnathostomata, and Eutelostomi. So, what this tells us is that it is a jawed vertebrate, but one with a bony skeleton. So it's not going to be a cartilaginous fish, and it's definitely not going to be a mammal or a sarcopterygian like this. Instead, what this is telling us is that it's basically got to be a different kind of bony fish. And this is going to be, well, it's going to be after the last Ice Age Beguiling Fangs, because it only shows extant animals here. So it's going to be some kind of actinopterygian fish, a ray-finned fish. So give me the name of a fish, chat. Logan says salmon. Let me see if I can be... Let's see if it's a teleost fish. Salmon are teleost fish, so I can type in salmon, and that's the majority of living ray-finned fish species are teleosts. Let's try salmon. We've gone from cat to salmon, and oh boy, oh, we got very lucky there. We got very, very lucky. It is part of Salmonidae. It is part of the same family as salmon, but it is not salmon itself. Salmon and trout is what this family is. Salmonidae, which tells me, oh boy, it's gotta be trout. Because I don't think they're gonna have char or whitefish or grayling, Gojira. Here, let's search char, nothing. Let's search grayling, nothing. But trout, oh boy. It's gotta be this, right?
Hold on to your butts.
It's gotta be this. Trout, let's go for it. And that's it right there. Rainbow trout. Not too shabby. We got it in 3 guesses today. 3! Splendid. Splendid. That's pretty darn good, actually. Yeah, that's pretty darn good. Yeah. Here, let's look up a quick video on rainbow trout. Rainbow trout biology, perhaps? From Animal Fact Files. There we go.
On Animal Fact Files, we're discussing rainbow trout.
Yeah.
These fish are also called red band trout, and depending on where and how they live, they're sometimes known by another name. Those that spend part of their lives in the ocean are also known as steelhead trout. While most rainbow trout migrate, not all individuals make their way out to saltwater.
Yeah, not all of them
Fish that
can.
live in saltwater and then migrate to freshwater for spawning are known as anadromous fish. Not all rainbow trout are anadromous, but it's difficult to tell just by their behavior. The offspring of fully freshwater rainbow trout parents can end up living in saltwater.
Gojira says, as a fisherman, trout to me is like 40 species, and you're probably correct, but like, here. Salmon and trout, there's 241 species of salmon and trout. Trouts, salmons, and chars. Oh, interesting. So char and trout. There's char with 2 R's, there's char with 1 R, and there's trout. These are not true, like, biological groups. There's also taimen. Korean taimen. So trout is not actually a true biological group, because there are char that are sister species to trout. And so char and trout are... those are just like common names for the same animals. That makes sense. Yeah. 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 Interesting. I didn't even know that, and I grew up in a family that fished. Interesting, Lunaseer, yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Logan, yeah. That's why we've got common names and we've got scientific names, you know? But yeah. Salvelinus is the same genus for silver trout and for this and for Shetland char. So both char and trout, there are examples of both within genus Salvelinus, which tells us that char and trout are not really like taxonomic groups like that, you know? Yeah. But yeah.
And anadromous parents can have offspring that only live in freshwater. It's not fully understood why this
And there you go,
happens.
Logan. Yes, we've talked about that. Yeah,
these
Logan.
fish prefer cool waters and tend to spawn in fall or winter. They live from the open ocean to freshwater lakes and rivers. Their natural range extends across the western coast of North America, reaching as far east as the Rocky Mountains. However, they've been introduced throughout the United States and other countries, where they're sometimes considered a pest due to their breeding with local trout species. In many places, rainbow trout can't handle the heat of summer, so they must be restocked annually in order to maintain their populations.
Yep.
Unlike salmon, another anadromous fish, rainbow trout are idiroparous. This means rainbow trout can produce offspring multiple times over the course of their life, as long as they can avoid predators. Aside from humans who fish rainbow trout for sport and food, these fish are predated by otters, bears, and wading birds like herons. Salmon, a trout relative, die after spawning, but rainbow trout can return to the same breeding grounds multiple times throughout their lives.
I did not know
Those
that.
that
Interesting.
live exclusively in freshwater move upstream to spawn. And those that live in the ocean move to
pounds in their
freshwater,
birth. That's
swimming
nuts.
up
Wow.
waterfalls
Wow.
by jumping more than 10 feet
Holy
in
cow.
there. The female digs out a pit at the bottom of the water column in rocky or sandy substrate. Once completed, she rests in the nest and the male enters. They release their gametes into the nest at the same time. There can be hundreds to thousands of eggs per spawning event. Afterwards, the female covers the eggs with substrate, and then the process begins all over again. It takes about 3 weeks for the eggs to hatch, and some of the juveniles spend more than a year in freshwater before heading to the ocean, while others may take to saltwater within just a few months. Again, it's not known why this occurs. It takes 2 to 3 years for rainbow trout to reach reproductive maturity, and females take longer than males. They get their common name from their colorful scales, often sporting a red line along their sides. Their backs are speckled. In size, these fish reach about 2 feet long, though outstanding individuals can almost double this length.
Holy cow.
Typically, the largest growing rainbow trout are the steelhead variety. No matter where they live, these fish enjoy meals of both aquatic plants, invertebrates, and fish. When they're young, they eat smaller meals, like zooplankton and bits of algae. As they get older, they eat larger meals, sometimes even eating the unfortunate mouse, which has fallen in the water. The oldest known rainbow
Mammals,
trout was
wow.
just
Yowza.
over a decade old. For more facts on rainbow trout, check out the links below. Give a thumbs up if you learned something new today. Thank you to our patrons, Spike Spiegel 93, Dad, and
Good stuff from Animal Fact Files. Here's a link to that video right there in the chat.
Animal Fact Files.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, and Smurfosaurus, how are you doing? Welcome back. It's good to see you. Yeah. Some species eat kokanee, but yeah, interesting, Gojira. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Cool. Anyway, really, really neat animals. We were going to talk a little bit about, well, shoot, a time that rainbow trout actually lived through. Let's talk about the ice ages, like we were discussing earlier. Yeah. We did talk about this on Winter Solstice, but we can get back to it. What prompted this, of course, was this right here, talking about ice ages, talking about the public's misperception of how these things work. You know? Where was that? Here we go. Yes! Yeah, very much not true. So, the last ice age was about 65, 66 million years after the extinction of the dinosaurs, except for birds. Let's talk about that here.
Roamed the vast open highlands of Siberia and Central Asia.
Yep.
This ginger beast is better known as the woolly rhino.
Yeah,
and it made its
Coelodonta.
living foraging in the cold, dry tundra steppes. Siberia in the Pleistocene might sound cold to you, but it suited the
I've
woolly
never seen
rhino
that, Lenina.
just fine.
Huh.
And 700,000 years ago, the world was only a few degrees cooler than it is now, which is why at the time the range of the woolly rhinos was restricted to the cold wilds of Siberia. But not for long. By about 450,000 years ago, global temperatures had dropped by about 6 degrees Celsius and stayed there for thousands of years. Glaciers crept out of their mountain ranges and down to lower elevations. Tundra spread to other parts of Asia, and so did animals that were adapted to the cold, including the woolly rhino, the mammoth, and the saiga antelope. After thousands of years of being confined to Asia, the woolly rhino finally stepped foot into Europe. But that too didn't last long. 400,000 years ago, the climate warmed back up, and the rhino and its tundra were forced back into the highlands. This whole cycle happened again and again, which is why the Ice Age is more accurately known as the Ice Ages.
And that is really, really important to understand. I want to emphasize this very heavily right now. Is that when we say Ice Age, this wasn't like a single discrete event. This is a period of fluctuating Earth temperatures like this, where you've got massive periods of glaciation, where, like, you know, ice will cover the American Midwest. You know, there will be glaciers that are thousands of feet high. And then it goes away. The glaciers retreat after a while. And this continues. The glaciers advance and retreat and advance and retreat. And that's why it's called ice ages like this. Yeah, so there were seasons for Ice Age, says Mr. Audio Propagations. It's much longer than that. We're talking about thousands of years here rather than 1 year or 2 years, you know? It's like millennia of more ice and then millennia of less ice. Yeah, and it's because of Milankovitch cycles, as we'll talk about here.
Over the rest of the Pleistocene epoch, the rhino's range continued to grow and shrink in sync with global climate. During warm periods, most of the rhino population retreated to cold places like Siberia, but small populations
Majestic Biscuit says life finds a
in
way.
places
True.
like the Pyrenees Mountains in Spain and France. And then, about 12,000 years ago, they finally went extinct. So what caused the climate and the range of the woolly rhino to cycle back and forth between such extremes?
Why, indeed.
And what caused the woolly rhino after so many years to go extinct? Basically, space. More specifically, Earth's position in space, like
Yep.
where it is in its orbit around the sun, how far it's tilted over its axis, and what direction is that axis pointing. These factors and the way they change through time have caused our climate to change a
there you go,
tremendous
Ruth
amount
Beards.
over
Yes.
eons.
Yeah.
And it's only been within the last century or so that we've begun to figure out that all of these factors change in cycles, and those cycles can coincide or counteract each other, which makes the history of our climate incredibly complex. But when you put all of the pieces of the climate puzzle in front of you, you can start to understand some chapters of our deep past, like the fate of the woolly rhino. We've known that the ice ages happened for a pretty long time, but what actually caused them was largely unknown until the early 1900s. The man who solved the mystery was a
Oh, it wasn't pole reversal, Mr. Audio Propagations. Pole reversal is something that happens all the time, and it doesn't really have a big effect on our planet. You know, I hear this in popular culture a lot, like, oh, you know, there was this guy that I used to work with back when I was a delivery driver at an auto parts store in Bozeman, Montana. And he was making a huge deal about, oh, 2012, that's when the world is going to end, because we're going to have pole reversals, and then that'll reverse the Earth's gravity, and everyone will float up into space, and we'll all die, and blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, James, that's not how pole reversals work. Pole reversals are just when the North and the South Pole, they kind of slowly switch polarity over like a few hundred or a few thousand years. And then this has happened again and again and again over Earth history. And I'm not jumping down your throat about this, Mr. Audio Propagations. Please be aware of that. You're cool. This isn't about you. This is for everybody else watching who might be wondering about this. Yeah. Magnetostratigraphy is what we call this. And on some geological time charts, we actually have this on there. So this is a good example right here. Well, I want to find one that's actually tied in with... There we go. This is for the last 2.7 million years. That might work. Or... Oh, that'll work there. Anyway, you see this here on the left side, you've got black and white like this. So these are periods of normal and reverse polarity. And, like, those poles switch all the time, and we don't really know what causes that. Sometimes it stays the same for a long time, and then it switches really briefly, and then it stays the same for a long time. But, yeah. But this is not tied to mass extinctions or changes in Earth's climate or anything like that, really. It's just a thing that's kind of doing its own thing. Yeah. Does it affect telecommunications? It does happen on a human time scale. It's very slow, like Lenina was saying. Or it takes hundreds or thousands of years, I think. Here, I wonder if we can find a quick video on that, actually. Magnetic pole reversal. Yeah. Magnetic field reversal. Here's a Bill Nye video. Let's take a look at this.
The Earth's magnetic field acts as a shield, protecting our planet from much of the sun's dangerous radiation. But in 1906, a French geologist named Bernard Bruns made a startling discovery about the field. Bruns was examining newly formed volcanic rocks near a lava flow in central France. Lava from a volcano contains minerals from deep inside the Earth. Inside the molten lava, iron particles are free to move.
Yep.
But as the flow begins to cool and form into rocks, the iron particles align themselves according to the Earth's magnetic field, like a compass. They become a fossilized snapshot of the Earth's magnetic field in action.
Yep.
But during his research, Bruns found some of the rocks contained iron particles that were magnetized in the opposite direction. Their compass needle had flipped, pointing south instead of north. This was the moment of discovery. Bruns realized that at some point in the past, the Earth's magnetic field had changed direction and reversed itself. It was a significant discovery. It meant that Earth was a far more dynamic planet than many had imagined, constantly changing. We can see that the Earth's magnetic field has reversed about 60 times in the last 20 million years. That's once every couple 100,000 years or so. And we may be going through a reversal right now because the Earth's magnetic field has decreased in strength about 10% in only the last century and a half. Now, no one's exactly sure why this happens, but Bruns' discovery does raise a provocative question. What happens when the Earth's magnetic field goes to zero? The answer may lie on Mars. Scientists have detected that the red planet once may have had a magnetic field, powered by a furnace-like core, just like the one on Earth. But at some point in its past, the heat source of the Mars core was extinguished. Without its internal furnace, the planet died. Its magnetic field disappeared, and harmful cosmic and solar rays bombarded the planet, wiping out any chance for life as we know it. Could that happen here? Well, the composition and size of the Earth's core is such that the Earth will probably stay hot inside for billions of years.
Yep. Yeah. Anyway, what makes the Earth's core change direction? What happens when the Earth's magnetic poles reverse? You can find other videos about that. We're not really gonna, suffice it to say, you don't have to be worried about it. It literally takes like hundreds or thousands of years for it to reverse. It's not like somebody flips a switch. So yeah. Anyway. And yeah, it won't disappear. It'll just become jumbled. It'll flip. North will be south and south will be north for a compass. But that takes a long time, you know? Anyway. What causes ice ages is something else to do with the Earth and changes that are undergone on our planet. Milankovitch cycles.
Serbian mathematician and astronomer named Milutin Milankovic. So today, these cycles are known as the Milankovitch cycles. Milankovic was obsessed with ice ages, both on our planet and on Mars, and he became convinced that small changes in the angle of sunlight could be responsible for starting and ending those ice ages. He already knew that parts of the Earth that receive more direct sunlight from overhead are warmer, like at the equator, which gets overhead sunlight year-round. And after years of study, Milankovic concluded that there were three main things that changed the angle of sunlight in the northern and southern hemispheres. The first and most important is axial tilt, also known as obliquity. This is the angle at which Earth's axis leans, either to or away from the sun. Milankovic thought that this had the biggest effect on
I think they probably cut part of that out.
It has the most extreme influence on the angle of sunlight. After all, the tilt of the Earth is why we have seasons. Right now, the axis of our planet is tilted at about 23.5 degrees. So for those of us who are further away from the equator, sunlight strikes the surface at a higher angle when our hemisphere is leaning towards the sun, aka summer. And when we're leaning away from the sun, sunlight strikes at a more shallow angle, like in the winter. How exactly our Earth got knocked over is still a bit of a debate, but one popular theory is that Earth collided about 4.5 billion years ago with a huge planetary body that went on to form our moon. And that impact sent us spinning like a top. And just like a spinning top, the amount of Earth's tilt changes between about 22 and 24 degrees over the course of about 41,000 years. Since the steeper tilt creates stronger extremes in temperature, Milankovic was pretty sure that once someone figured out the precise timing of the ice ages, they'd show that most major climate changes took place every 41,000 years. But keep in mind, our axis isn't just flipping back and forth, it's also moving in a circle, again like that spinning top. So in addition to the angle of its tilt, we also have to consider which direction our axis is pointing at any given point in history. This is known as axial precession or just
Triceratops?
axial wobble.
I don't even know.
And our axis completes a full circle about every 23,000 years. And this affects the climate because it changes where in Earth's orbit each season happens. Because the sun isn't in the exact center of Earth's orbit. There are periods when we're closer to the
stop
sun.
the world, I want to get off.
Periods when we're farther away. Right now, based on the direction of Earth's axis, winter occurs in the northern hemisphere when Earth happens to be closest to the sun in its orbit, and summer occurs when it happens to be farther away. But when precession is at the other end of the cycle and our axis is pointing in the opposite direction, winters in the northern hemisphere occur when we're farthest from the sun, and summers when we're closest. This creates more extreme seasons than the northern hemisphere has now. Finally, the third part of the Milankovitch cycle is a feature known as eccentricity. This is a change in the shape of Earth's orbit, from being roughly circular to being ever so slightly more eccentric or oval-shaped. And Earth's orbit changes from being more circular to less circular, and then back again over the course of about 100,000 years. But rather than changing the angle of sunlight, the main effect of eccentricity is changing
that wobble
the
there
lengths
is what
of
makes
the
it change.
seasons. Think of it this way. A circular orbit creates seasons of equal lengths, but slightly less circular orbit stretches out some seasons while compressing others. So during periods with a highly eccentric orbit, there may be long summers but also long winters. In the end, his extensive calculations led Milankovitch to conclude that changes in the tilt of Earth's axis were the main factor that could cause enough cooling to make ice expand on the planet's surface. As a result, he predicted that the most significant ice ages would have happened every 41,000 years or so, falling in line with the tilt cycle. And he was right, pretty much. If we look deep into the geological record, we can see changes in climate that line up roughly with the cycle of Earth's tilt, about 41,000 years. One such record is from the colorful
John Day in Oregon.
Paleosols of the John Day Formation in Oregon. There, scientists have found changes in carbon and oxygen isotopes in rock layers, showing that rainfall patterns changed every 41,000 years or so during the late Oligocene epoch. During dry periods, this region got about 350 millimeters of rain per year, but in wet periods, that went up to nearly 500 millimeters of rain, an increase of more than 40%. That change in rainfall transformed the environment from sagebrush to wooded grasslands and back again. And with different environments came different animals. So fossils from the wet periods at John Day contain more large mammals like rhinos, while drier periods feature lots of tortoises, gophers, and rabbits.
So really, the only thing that is a constant on planet Earth is change. Change is the only constant. Usually that change happens very, very, very slowly from a human perspective, at least. You know? To us, as human beings, usually everything just seems nice and steady because these changes are happening over thousands or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions of years. It's when those changes happen much, much quicker than that that we cause problems, like with current day climate change. You know?
And scientists can trace this climate cycling pattern back even farther.
That's
in the
cool,
Midland
Gojira.
Basin of West Texas, studies of the rock
A
layers
newspaper
have
editor, very
revealed
cool, Gojira.
fluctuations in the
Nice.
amount of atmospheric dust during the late Carboniferous period, about 300 million years ago. These changes relate to dry and wet cycles that again match up with the Milankovitch cycles, with changes happening about every 36,000 years. And yes, that's 36,000 years, even though the cycle of the axial tilt is about 41,000 years. That's because, to make things even more complicated, Milankovitch cycles used to be a little faster than they are today. The cycles of precession and axial tilt are set by the gravitational interaction between the Earth and the Moon. And the Moon has steadily been moving away from Earth ever since it formed 4.5 billion years ago, and Earth's rotation has slowed as well.
That's true. So the Earth actually used to spin faster. There used to be more days in a year back during like the Jurassic period, when Allosaurus and Stegosaurus and Brachiosaurus were walking around. Days were shorter, and there were like 370 something days in a year, not 365, which is really interesting, right? We think of these things always being the same because, you know, a year is 365.24 days. No. Days are getting longer, and they will continue to get longer. And that's because the moon is moving away from the Earth.
Between the Earth and the Moon. And the Moon has steadily been moving
Alexander Morrison says the Ordovician had 23-hour days. There you go. Yeah.
Away from Earth ever since it formed 4.5 billion
Simpsons
years
reference
ago.
there, yes.
And Earth's rotation has slowed as well. So both of these things mean that precession and tilt are slower now than they were in the past. So if you look deep into the geological record, you'll see that the biggest changes in climate line up pretty well with the cycle of our planet's axial tilt. Which is why when scientists began pulling up ice cores from Greenland going...
I'm interested in your island. It's got nothing to do with oil. I'm a paleontologist.
Nupa, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us.
Back about 400,000 years, they expected to find evidence that the biggest swings in climate happened about every 41,000 years
Daisy
or so.
Jones.
But they didn't. Instead, the ice cores showed that while there was an influence of tilt, the biggest ice ages were separated by 100,000 years. This is what some scientists have called the 100,000-year problem. Basically, during the whole Pleistocene epoch, the biggest climate cycles didn't line up with the axial tilt cycle. And it's only been in the last few years we figured out why. The reason that climate cycles changed from 41,000 years to 100,000 years during the ice ages involved a fourth factor that drives our climate: ice itself. When large amounts of ice form.
Oh, it's going to be about albedo. The more ice that you have, the colder things get. Not just because the ice is making the atmosphere colder. What we're really talking about here is albedo, the reflective effect of ice. Ice is really light colored. It reflects more solar radiation back up into the atmosphere. Keeps it from warming the Earth. And thank you, Smorf. Smorphosaurus, I appreciate that, Smorf. Thank you.
It makes a huge difference in Earth's climate. It's light in color, so it reflects more sunlight, which can help cool down the planet even further.
Yeah, this is like if... I don't know. Has anybody here ever had, like, maybe you owned a light-colored car, like a white car, and then you had a black car? Like, which car heats up more? The black car. A darker color is going to absorb more radiation. It's going to heat up more. It has a lower albedo. Likewise, if you wear a black t-shirt versus a white t-shirt, a black t-shirt is going to absorb more radiation from the sun because it's bouncing less off. White is more reflective, that's why it's white. Does that make sense? Yeah. Lenina says that there's a reason why so many people here in the southern US drive white and light colored cars. Yes, and the most popular color for a car in the US is white. That's why almost all of the fleet vehicles that various governments purchase are white, is because those will absorb less solar radiation. They stay cooler. The paint doesn't get damaged as much as a black car. Does that make sense? Yeah. So it's all about albedo. Yeah, maybe I can find a video for you real quick about what is albedo? The albedo effect. Here, take a look. From the Norwegian Polar Institute. The Norwegian Polar Institute. The NPI. I really thought we were going to have some... Well, okay, there you go. Without words.
Translating the dinosaurs.
Chappie Jenkins.
We need to do a movie night in the Discord where we watch Jurassic Park and submarine movies.
We'll see about that, Chappie. We'll see. Thank you for the 100 bits. Appreciate that. There's so many other things going on, Chappie Jenkins, and I want to focus on providing educational content. If I'm going to go out on a limb and do something special, I want it to be more than just watching a Hollywood movie, but yeah, I appreciate those bits and your enthusiasm, Trappy. I've got so many things going on, but yeah, Prehistoric Planet I'd be more up for that. Yeah. Maybe we do Prehistoric Planet or something. I like that idea. Anyway, let's continue. So, albedo effect. So the more ice and snow that you have, the more solar radiation gets reflected. But if that stuff melts, then suddenly the rays from the sun are absorbed into the ground and things heat up more. Does that make sense? That's basically albedo right there.
This phenomenon is called albedo. When the climate becomes cold enough for ice to form quickly, then the albedo effect causes the planet to cool down even more.
So it's like a feedback effect. The more ice that you have, the colder things get, because less sunlight is actually reaching the ground and being absorbed and heating things up. Instead, it just gets bounced back up into space, and you don't have that kind of warming.
The type of ice that forms the fastest is sea ice. The Pleistocene epoch wasn't the first time Earth had a lot of sea ice, but it was one of the first times when one hemisphere made a lot more sea ice than the other, and that's still going on today. Even though the North Pole is covered in water and the South...
Thank you, Hogan, for those 100 bits. I do really appreciate that, Hogan. Thank you. Good stuff, Hogan. Appreciate you.
Pole is land, the southern hemisphere actually produces more sea ice than the north. And this is important because at least since the ice ages, it has thrown off the balance between the poles. The two hemispheres of our planet haven't been heating up and cooling down at the same rate. Instead, sea ice has been forming faster in the southern hemisphere, faster than the hot summers in the northern hemisphere can counteract. This means that in annual cumulative terms, southern sea ice has been able to create an overall cooling effect on the planet. Now, what really made the ice ages of the Pleistocene unique was the interaction of sea ice with our planetary cycles. When Earth's orbit has been more elliptical and winter in the southern hemisphere has occurred when Earth was farthest from the sun, sea ice grew quickly and dramatically cooled the planet. And those exact conditions only happened about every 100,000 years, so that's when the peak cold periods happened during the ice ages.
Does that make sense? There's all of these different factors that all... You know, it's like one of those like rotating puzzle things where it's like rotating around a central axis, and then sometimes you get different peaks there that all kind of converge together, like tick, tick, this one's rotating at a certain angle, this one's rotating at another angle, and then suddenly sometimes they all coincide, and you just get this big peak right there, and then you get all of this ice. So these different factors like this contribute. It's like when they all line up is when you get these big peaks like this, and that's when you get these different ice ages, these glacial maxima, as we call them.
So remember when woolly rhinos were finally able to enter Europe 450
It's like when all the blinkers tick at once. There you go, Claire. Yeah.
Global temperature dropped about 6 degrees Celsius. Climate models suggest that this happened because of an eccentric orbit and a precession that aligned just right to make the southern hemisphere's winter happen furthest from the sun.
Shakespeare, how are you doing? Welcome back.
The southern
Good to have you here.
Cool more rapidly, which then went on to cool the rest of the planet, which in turn created more ice, which in turn cooled the planet even more. And during these periods of extreme cold, the woolly rhinos were still able to spread into Europe.
This is about the ice ages within the Pleistocene. This is not really talking about what's going on right now with massive climate change, with anthropogenic global warming.
Here's something stranger than science fiction. Prehistoric fact.
And CV Den, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah, we're kind of in the process of like breaking this cycle and just causing runaway greenhouse warming by the activities that we as human beings are doing. It's like, think less Pleistocene, think more Permian mass extinction, what we're doing right now. But yeah.
Until the climate abruptly warmed at the end of the Pleistocene. This marked the beginning of our current epoch, the Holocene. It's not clear why this warming period was the last one for the rhinos. Other animals like the saiga and the caribou were able to adapt to the new warmth, but woolly rhinos couldn't. So Milankovitch cycles can
I kind of wonder whether woolly rhinos, it's not that they couldn't adapt to the new climate cycle, it's probably that they were, like a lot of Pleistocene megafauna, they may have been overstressed by human hunting. Rhinoceros tend to have very long generational times, small population sizes. They are particularly vulnerable to overhunting like they are today. Every single species of rhinoceros on our planet today is at risk of extinction because of human overhunting. Most of them are critically endangered. Yeah, Salamander says saiga and caribou are also smaller and more frequently breeding. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, and Catch Pup. Yeah. Yeah. We'll be talking about that a bit tomorrow, actually, with the Anthropocene and stuff like that. There was actually a ruling by the International Chronostratigraphic Society about whether or not to adopt the term Anthropocene to describe our current time. We'll talk about that more tomorrow.
Adapt to the new warmth, but woolly rhinos couldn't. So Milankovitch cycles can explain most long-term climate variations in deep time. But there's also a complicated mix of other factors I haven't even mentioned yet, like the position of the continents, levels of greenhouse gases, and volcanic activity. And what about solar activity? Well, light from the sun has actually gotten stronger over time, but only by about 6% in the last billion years, so it's had a pretty minor effect. All of these factors make it hard, but not impossible, to predict where we're headed. We do know that about 26,000 years ago, Earth reached its last glacial maximum, the peak of the 100,000-year cycle. So in approximately 74,000 years, eccentricity, precession, and sea ice should all align to make it very cold again. But what makes it difficult to predict future temperatures is the fact that humans are producing a lot of greenhouse gases. In the last 300 years, the carbon dioxide content of the atmosphere has increased by about 45%. And as a result, temperatures have risen steadily for the last century, almost 1 degree Celsius, independent of the Milankovitch cycles. The effects of human activity are essentially overpowering some of the cooling effects of sea ice. So our climate is incredibly complicated, but understanding how it used to behave and how it might behave in the future is important for understanding the changes that are happening right now. The more we try to understand, the more likely we can avoid the fate of the woolly rhino.
That's why this stuff is so important. That's why paleontology and geology and natural history are so incredibly important, so we can understand what has gone on in Earth's past, so that we can help predict the future, or at least establish a baseline, so that we can understand what is normal and what is weird, so that we can prevent our own extinction, potentially. Deeply, deeply important stuff. Yeah. Anyway, there's a link to that video there from PBS Eon's. Good stuff there. And it is now 5 p.m. here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. It is Thursday, and Thursday, of course, is Thursday Birdsday. So, without further ado, everybody, it is time for Thursday Birdsday. The day on which we celebrate the fact that dinosaurs never went completely extinct. We still have how many dinosaur species around today?
Over 9,000!
There's some researchers estimated it between 10 and 12,000 species of living birds. Birds are descended from small, feathered, two-legged, meat-eating dinosaurs. They're a group of theropods. Dinosaurs never went completely extinct. We still have them today. All over the place. We just call them birds. And that is what we celebrate on Thursday Birdsday. So join me in celebrating Thursday Birdsday.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
Thursday Birdsday.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday Birdsday is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday Birdsday?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture. Any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday Birdsday is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday Birdsday!
Well, everybody, happy Thursday Birdsday to you. And we are going to be reviewing some of the photos that various members of this community had posted to the Discord here. We'll get to that in a couple minutes, but first, we've got, and Star King says, I would never go outside. I mean, that's kind of the whole point of Thursday Birdsday. I try to encourage you to do that. Yeah. We also have some videos that we've been saving. Like, here. Right here. This was in the news. A yellow-billed loon was captured in the Bellagio fountains. I walked right past here in Las Vegas in October. TwitchCon was in Las Vegas back in October. The Nevada Department of Wildlife has captured and released a yellow-billed loon that was discovered within the fountain at the Bellagio in Las Vegas. Well, well, well. And there you go, Tommy Ploticus. Chrissy just doesn't understand how good birds are, you know? Alexander Morrison says, hey, Tone, you been feeding them ducks again, haven't you? Biologists captured and relocated the loon to a more suitable and remote location where it has the space, food, and etc. it needs to thrive. Good stuff. And we've got a longer video about that right here.
A rare bird decided to try its luck in Vegas. The Bellagio Hotel calls this bird its most exclusive guest. The casino temporarily shut down their world-famous fountains to accommodate the feathered visitor. Turns out, this is a yellow-billed loon. According to the Audubon Society, there are fewer than 10,000 yellow-billed loons in the world. Their population has been vulnerable to oil spills, pollution, and the effects of climate change. Experts aren't sure how this usually coastal creature made it to the desert of Nevada. While the bright lights and fountains of the Las Vegas Strip may have been attractive, this loon has a better chance of surviving in more natural environments. The Nevada Department of Wildlife says biologists safely captured and relocated the loon to a more suitable and remote location where it has space, food, and quiet surroundings. Doesn't look like the loon got a shot at the slot machines, but it did win the jackpot with humans willing to help. For Inside Edition Digital, I'm T.
Oh, traditional media is dying. Yeah. A yellow-billed loon. Well, what? Thank you. Yellow-billed loon. Let's find them on our Tree of Life. There we go. They are right here next to the common loon. Yellow-billed loon, not nearly as common. Same genus, Gavia. Same as the Pacific loon. Gavia pacifica. Gavia arctica, the Arctic loon. Well, they kind of deliver what they promised, don't they? Gavia stellata, is this the starry loon or star loon or something like that? No, red-throated loon. Stellata, it was worth a guess. And Dame Karen says, on the Canadian money. You have money up in Canada? I thought Canada was some sort of utopian Star Trek future where healthcare, you know, you don't have to declare bankruptcy in order to give birth to a child, you know, and You have money in Canada? I thought... Or in Canada, right? I thought that's how things were in Canada, you know? Sign rate, I know, right? Yeah. That's Wesley. There you go, time plotting. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know a lot about Star Trek, but that's a thing I could look up. Anyway, yeah. Loons are very cool critters, and take a look at this right here. This is a video that we were going to watch a while ago, and we kind of ran out of time. I wanted to start Thursday Birdsday early this week, so that we could dive into this as well, because, you know, we were looking at our tree of life here with all of our birds, and someone painted this. This is exquisite. Amazing work.
My name is Jane Kim, and I am an artist.
Let's protect our fossils,
The
because
creator of
if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Majestic Biscuit, thank you, Majestic Biscuit. Holy moly, for subscribing. That is a recurring sub there, and I really appreciate it, Majestic Biscuit. You are helping us continue our mission of science outreach and education here. Those recurring subscribers are the backbone of support for this channel, for what I do here on Twitch. Thank you, Majestic Biscuit, and I hope you enjoy those emotes, which you can now use to your heart's content. These, and these, and these, and these, and these. And these. And these as well are now all yours to use on whatever channel you would like, Majestic Biscuit. Good stuff. Yeah. Very funny, Charcone. Very nice, Majestic. Thank you for that pledge of ongoing support. I will do my very best to provide education and entertainment that is worthy of your subscription here, worthy of your $5 a month, or five loons a month, as the case may be. I appreciate you, Majestic Biscuit. Thank you. They're called loonies, aren't they? Not loons, but loonies. Do I have that right? Canadians in chat, please enlighten me. Loonies, yes. Excellent. Perhaps one day we will be as enlightened as you.
Spare no expense.
And Ridla26,
gifted a tier 1 sub to
thank you for gifting sign raids. I appreciate that, Ridla. Thank you. Good stuff. Appreciate you, Ridla. Thank you for that. Good stuff. Yeah. The $2 coin is the Toonie, says Smorphosaurus. Well, that's pretty cool. Looney and Toonie. Here, we call those Jeffersons here. It's all about the Jeffersons. You know? Yeah. It's all about the Jeffersons, baby. Good stuff. Yeah. Anywho. Let's take a look at this incredible work of art here. Oh, this makes me so happy, and I'm so glad we can finally take a look at this.
My name is Jane Kim, and I am an artist, a scientific illustrator, and the creator of Inkwell Studio. Ever since I was a little girl, I have loved animals, and especially to recreate them through art. Our next project is a collaboration with the Cornell Lab of Ornithology, and it is to create a mural that will depict the remarkable beauty of all 231 families of birds
From an
along
evolutionary
with their
perspective.
ancestors dating back 400 million years ago.
Yes!
It's
400 million years. Wait, is she going all the way back to, like, the origin of tetrapods? Is that what this is? Holy moly.
a huge project, and we've spent the last 12 months sketching each animal out on paper. It is the only mural in the world that depicts all of the families of birds in one place.
Very cool. Oh, man, look at this. Look at this. Holy cow, that's going to be
I'm thrilled
cool.
to bring birds to life like the New Zealand great spotted kiwi or North America's great blue heron, and even the Ornitomegalonyx, an extinct bird standing at 3.5 feet tall and the largest owl ever described. Each
Venerable
animal will
bird
be
there.
painted to scale. And
Life
as you
size.
can imagine, that includes
Or
some
to scale, if not
monstrous
life size,
birds, from the North Island giant moa, which stands at 10 feet
Dinornis.
tall, to
Dinornis, whom we have here on our back wall right now. The lovely and beautiful Dinornis standing next to Richard Owen, the guy who coined the word dinosaur. Yes! There we are right there. Yeah. Professor Owen and the skeleton of Dinornis maximus. Taken about 1877. Yeah, too bad there ain't no Moa. I agree, Smurf. I agree, Murph. Yeah. I don't know if they have Kalenkin, Alexander Morrison, or any other terror birds. We'll see. We'll see. Anyway, Dinornis is an incredibly cool animal, and I'll just give you a link to a Wikipedia page about this critter in case you'd like to learn more, because holy cow, it is neat. We don't want to get too sidetracked right now, but Dinornis, whose name means terrible bird. Terrible like awesome and terrible. Awe-inspiring. Dinornis. So cool. So cool. Anyway, that's that bird right there.
from the North Island giant moa, which stands at 10 feet tall, to the Pelagornis that has a 19-foot wingspan. In order to complete this project within 14 months, we essentially have to paint a bird a day. And the lab and I really need your support in order to unveil this project by November of 2015. My mission as an artist is to help people appreciate that we share this incredible planet with millions of other species, and I hope that this mural will forever educate and inspire people to the lab and around the world.
Cool stuff. And it seems like they pulled it off here. Take a look. Oh boy, this is cool. Reading the Wall of Birds.
I am working on the great hornbill, and this is the final drawing before it will be painted on the wall. I like to create detailed,
All to scale, yeah. HD.
drawings for each of the birds before I do
Well,
them.
the birds are to scale.
Once
The
I've done it
continents
once,
are
it's
not to
almost
scale
like
with the birds.
muscle memory. When I do it again on a large scale, it's more familiar, so I have an easier time, and I'm not doing much figuring out on the wall. I'm figuring it out here on this scale.
One of the great things about birds is that they come in so many sizes and different types of packages. From the tiniest, dull little things like white eyes to enormous, spectacular birds like great Indian hornbill and ostrich and sunbittern. With this mural, the Cornell Lab and Jane Kim have collaborated to create a truly unique work of art that provides a visual journey through the remarkable beauty of avian life from the earliest tetrapod.
Yo, yes! We go all the way back to the very origin of tetrapods. Like Tiktaalik right here, and Acanthostega right there. Oh man, that is so cool. Oh, this is so much cooler than I thought it was. That's really neat. We're basically tracing the origin of birds from their fishy ancestors like this all the way up until modern birds. That's oh my goodness, this is cool. This is so cool. I wonder how many different... Are there theropod dinosaurs in here too? Non-avian theropods?
Fishes and the proto-dinosaurs through the prehistoric birds to today's...
Very cool. Yes! And look, there's your terror bird right there, Alexander Morrison. I think this is probably Titanus right there. Because I see those claws, which they probably didn't actually have. But yeah, and there's a big... This is probably Eutyrannus right there with its feathers. Oh, man, this is cool. Oh, man, this is cool. Oh, where is... Chat, somebody look up for me. Where is the Cornell Lab of Ornithology? Well, Cornell, it's in New York, isn't it? Next time I'm in New York State, I'm going to try and visit her. Yeah, cool.
Jane's task is to get the details of each bird right. The close details.
There you go, Alexander Morrison. Yeah. And I want to emphasize this right here because this is so cool. Alexander says from Sarcopterygian to Sauropsids to Diapsids to Archosaurs and so on. What we're seeing right here is kind of a subset of the great tree of life right here. Tracing the origin of birds all the way back to this point right here in amniotes. Actually, no, even further than even further than that. Lungfishes and tetrapods. Lobe-finned fishes, including tetrapods. We're tracing it back to this point. Going through the lungfishes and tetrapods, to the tetrapods, to the amniotes, to the sauropsids, to the Archelosaurs, to the Archosaurs, to the dinosaurs, and to the aves, to birds. And the species of living birds. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. Shoot.
Tetrapod fishes and the proto-dinosaurs through the prehistoric birds to today's present living fauna.
Yeah. Oh,
Jane's
man.
task is to get
and there you go, static life photo. I know, right?
Right. The close details.
Lovely.
The iris color. The
Amazing.
behavior patterns. The plumage as she breathes life to them on the wall.
Moonpie, we're talking about birds. You love birds. You love to watch them.
Right here, what I'm working on right now, the tip of the wing. In this small version, I don't actually really know what the feathers are doing right here. And I'm just drawing what the colors are doing, but that's the kind of thing that I want to find examples either from an
Cool,
actual
Christius. I don't even know what that is.
spread wing study or through better photographs, how the feathers are actually connecting to the wing.
Huh. Oh, and she's going to look at some real preserved birds here. Specimens from an ornithological lab.
5 inches. So
it's pretty good.
It is. It's really good.
And this guy, it's like
It's an albatross,
all
looks
white,
like.
essentially, except for the ends like this.
Yeah. So I think you're going to be able to get away with kind of having this center portion be just kind of a clean white.
Oh,
That
this
makes
is
sense.
cool.
But maybe if
And
I
then-
even just have a direction of a shaft every now and
Yeah.
then.
So right, because you really want to nail the primaries coming out of the right spot, and then filling in.
Very cool. Oh, this is so cool. I would love to see this in real life. How cool is it that we have a video about this that we can watch too? I'm stoked for this.
Drawing out
Oh, very cool. HD, thank you.
fundamental shapes of feathers allows me to...
Hang on a second. Wall of birds, click anywhere to begin. Oh boy. Oh boy, we'll take a look at this in a little bit. Really, really neat. Holy cow.
Most fundamental shapes of feathers allows me to put down shadows and subtleties in the wing that I wouldn't be able to do without having taken the time to research that and accurately draw that out to scale.
Yeah.
If you notice on the concept sketch, there's several grayed out birds, and then the entire evolution is in this grayscale. And that represents birds that have gone extinct but are still considered modern families. With the Dromornis reading that it was a relative to a goose, I think his body became a lot more goose-like, and he has a very long neck like a goose. And the bill is incredibly different, and the legs are very different. But overall, this particular rendering felt a lot more natural than anything I had done. They were looking too dinosaur-y.
They're all dinosaurs.
I love starting with the eye and the head and the beak, and then I work my way out. So once I have that down, everything can grow from that, and everything proportionally can even be measured from that.
Signrate says the opportunity to get access to the experts and physical examples makes getting these kinds of illustration jobs really exciting. I know, this is incredible. I am so glad that that this exists. This is so cool. And that it's available for us online to look at here. Oh man, I'm restraining myself, not running through this right now. Let's watch the video first. Man, this is cool.
One of the biggest challenges that
Watson, yes! Yes, yes, yes! This is... we have a Watson right here on our wall today. Beautiful. Beautiful. One of my favorite extant birds. They're so cool.
face as an artist and a scientific illustrator is that struggle of the demand for scientific accuracy versus artistic expression.
The head feels...
A shoebill. Chat. A shoebill. Holy cow. Yes. Very cool.
Right. You can bring out kind of this line of where the upper mandible.
And then I think I think what I've discovered is that they're two very separate things. So like the accuracy doesn't take away from the artistic beauty. So for an example, putting the birds on the map and placing them in their geographic locations. The fact that they are placed where they belong somehow makes the whole composition look more exciting. It's almost that information, and maybe this is exactly why I'm a science illustrator, is that the information portion of it is more interesting in some ways and has like made an awesome composition all on its own.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think that the information and the accuracy sort of shapes the overall aesthetic in this really cool way.
That is really, really cool. And this is like kind of like being a paleo artist at the same time, you know? As a paleo artist, your primary concern, your prime directive, as it were, needs to be scientific truth, anatomical accuracy, paleontological authenticity. Should be your prime focus there. Everything else comes second to that, but all truly wonderful art kind of needs constraints in order for it to actually work properly, you know? In order for it to actually be good, it needs some kind of constraint. That's why the original Star Wars trilogy is so much better than the prequel trilogy, or the, you know, all the CGI garbage that George Lucas threw in there afterward. It's like constraints in a certain way actually make art better. They can improve artistic expression in a way where if you just had unlimited resources with no constraints at all, things fall apart. You know? Constraints force creativity, says Tone. That's beautiful. Thank you. Yes! Holy cow. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. It's... Oh, that's so important to understand. And that's kind of what we're seeing here, you know? I love that. Yeah. Here we go.
The fact that they are placed where they belong somehow makes the whole composition look more exciting. It's almost that information, and maybe this is exactly why I'm a science illustrator, is that the information portion of it is more interesting in some ways and has like made an awesome composition all on its own.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think that the information and the accuracy sort of shapes the overall aesthetic in this really cool way.
Yeah.
But I guess with birds and their personalities, it's not about accuracy. It's about like getting that twinkle in the eye, or having a little bit of an upturn at the bill, because
that je ne sais quoi, that it kind of takes an artist's eye to recognize and to put on the canvas or onto a wall in this case. Yeah.
you decided you can tweak that a little bit just to make the bird look a bit happier, or you can downturn the eye slightly and it's still accurate, but you've tweaked it so that it has something more than just the accuracy. It's like, that's my artistic decision making and flair that doesn't change the overall proportions of the bird.
This is incredible. Look at that. Beautiful.
One of the really important things to acknowledge about science and art is that they actually are coming from a very similar, if not the identical, spot inside us.
Yeah.
Which is this fundamental curiosity about nature, expressed simultaneously both in science and art. And ornithology is one of the best places where that comes through.
Amazing. The birds are all to scale, Harry Vetch. Yeah. Yeah. Cool stuff. Pretty amazing that we have, well, this exists, you know? And there's an interactive version of that right here. Oh my goodness, this is incredible. Here, let's go to what I thought was, this has got to be Tyrannus right here, right? Yeah, there you go. Eutyrannus. Yeah. Very cool animal right there. Is this... That's got to be Sinosauropteryx, right? Yeah, Sinosauropteryx. Can we get some Sinosauropteryx going in the chat here? Here, I can get us started. There we go. Yeah. And I'm not sure who this... Is this Sinornithosaurus? Who's this supposed to be? Tawa. Oh, very cool. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, Tawa may or may not be a dinosaur. We're not totally sure. It's probably a silosaur or something, but we're kind of figuring it out. No, wait, no, Tawa is a dinosaur, isn't it? Isn't it a... Tawa Hale? Anyway, Eutyrannus, this looks like Caudipteryx right here, I betcha. Yeah, Caudipteryx. Hesperornis right there. And then is this Gastornis? Yeah, Gastornis. This is, that big penguin guy who starts with a K. Who's this? No, it's not, actually. Ichthyophores. Cool. And, Phoros Rakos. With the claws right there. We don't actually know if they had those claws, but fair enough, you know? Anyway, super, super cool. This is really, really, really neat. I'm so glad this exists. And there, of course, is the southern cassowary. My favorite extant bird. Such cool critters here. Ah! Lovely. And Euparkeria, it might have been Alexander Morrison at the very beginning. Looks like it. Yeah, Euparkeria. Yep. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Really lovely. Oh man, this is so cool. This is so cool. Yeah. Secretary Hawk. Oh, very cool, Moosey Fades. Hey, I'm flattered. My goodness. Yeah. And if you click the red arrow, it gives you a list. Red arrow. Bird names, family names. Wait, hang on. What does that name? What does that number show? Help others discover this bird by voting it up. Oh, very cool. Yeah. Eutyrannus right there. Really neat. Acanthostega. So, southern cassowary and blue-footed booby are at the top. Then common loon. Northern cardinal. Emperor penguin. Osprey. Great blue heron. Acanthostega. Eutyrannus, Atlantic puffin, barn owl, secretary bird.
To becoming a fossil. Step 1, die.
Oh boy, knife clown.
Dear Dino Man, what dinosaur turned into the magpie bird?
Knife clan, thank you for the 14 months. First of all, I really appreciate that. Holy cow. Do I appreciate that, Knife Clan? So, all birds, magpies and ostriches and hummingbirds and penguins, ospreys and loons and cassowaries all descended from one single species of dinosaur. It's not like different species of dinosaur evolved into different species of modern bird. No. All birds, as far as we know, descended from a single species of dinosaur. Sometime back in like the middle Jurassic period, like 170 million years ago, something like that. So yeah. So as far as we know, all birds would have evolved from a dinosaur that would have looked probably something like this. Like Anchiornis here. This seems to be the non-avian dinosaur that we have that it seems the closest to birds, but it's kind of vibes-based at this point. We're still kind of figuring out a lot of this stuff. And so... But this guy's very bird-like, Anchiornis. Very bird-like. It's a troodontid, like Troodon. But yeah. Anyway, so chances are a little dinosaur like this is what gave rise to all modern birds. Here's a lovely clip from Life on Our Planet. Right here. Yeah. That's Gordon Freeman narrating, right? Uh-oh. Oh, goodness. I'd like to find you the whole clip for this. It's not all chopped and screwed there. There we go. Sign raptor. Big Jurassic tetanoran theropod predator. Looking awful scaly here, but that's okay. Salamander says, why do they portray it so goofy and clumsy? They're trying to anthropomorphize it a little bit. Trying to make it a little bit more relatable, I guess. Yeah. I agree, Salamander. It's a little goofy. Yeah. He's building all this drama here. Yeah, anyway. You get the idea, I suppose. Yeah. The birds. Yeah.
The world's toughest pair of
birds. Of course. Well, with that having been said, it is time to get into some bird videos from the chat right here from members of this community. The whole point of Thursday Birdsday is to talk about birds that we've encountered over the past week. And Mayor of Space has got a lovely one for us. Perhaps this is a white-winged scoter. It's hard to tell. Photographed in the Mosquito Lagoon. That does look like it looks like a scoter to me. But I don't think we get white-winged scoters on the West Coast. This might be an East Coast special there, Mayor of Space. Good stuff. Very cool. Very, very cool. Very nice, Mayor of Space. Let's look that up. White-winged scoter. Like that? Pull up our tree of life again. Scoter. Not Skoda like the car. No, Real Men Grow Beards. This is, Scoter. Vulnerable. Ooh, that would be a rare find, Mayor of Space. Surf scoters are what we have here in California. Yeah. And Dame Karen, no, I'm totally self-taught there. Yeah. I've never taken any scientific illustration courses or anything. I've only taken, like, one art class in my whole life in high school. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah, very cool, Mayor Space. I wonder if that's what it is. Could be a female white-winged scoter. And Charlie's Dragon has got an audio recording for us, do they? Very lively Passer domesticus, that is a house sparrow right there. And Passer montanus, which I think is the mountain sparrow? Yeah. House sparrow, I'm sorry, tree sparrow. I didn't get a picture as they were sitting in the middle of the neighbor's hedge, but they can definitely tell spring is coming. Here, and it might help, actually, if I unmute this site. Here we go. Good stuff. So you can hear it. Well, you probably saw a house sparrow and a tree sparrow in there. Very cool, Charlie's Dragon. See, it doesn't have to be a photograph, necessarily, for Thursday Birdsday. Could be an audio recording. This reminds me, actually, a little bit before today's stream started, I saw two people walking around outside my house here with binoculars. And of course, I ran outside and yelled at them. I didn't yell at them, no. I thought that they were probably after some birds, and I said, what kind of birds are you looking for here? They looked like birders, and they were. They said they were looking for some cedar waxwings that they could hear, but they couldn't see, and they were looking up in the trees, trying to spot them, and I talked to them about the birds that we see in this neighborhood, and yeah, it was pretty cool. They were like some older people, a man and a woman, and I told them about the bald eagle that I thought I saw the other day, and I photographed, but the photos are real blurry. And they're like, oh yeah, that's not surprising. Yeah, there's a bald eagle. It's been, online, the birders have been talking about that. They're hanging out at the golf course nearby, blah, blah, blah. Like, oh, cool, okay. I knew it was a bald eagle. It had to have been. I've never seen a turkey vulture with a white head and a white tail before. And they're like, yeah. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Anyway, they were mostly listening to the birds, and we had a brief conversation about how they're like, yeah, it's like being in school, trying to learn these different bird calls. It takes a lot of work to, like, really learn these things. And Charlie's Dragon, your post here reminded me of that with those lovely sparrows there. Excellent stuff. Yeah. So yeah. And Mr. Audio Propagations, no, the cedar waxwing. Yeah, these birds, they are very charismatic. And the adults develop these waxy tips to their wings like this. Those little red things, really, really cool. Yeah, they eat berries. They love to eat those berries. They're eating the berries. That is probably where those waxy tips to their wings come from. Probably like bioaccumulation of something in the berries. But yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Mechaholic has got a hummingbird for us. Who is this little hummingbird? Could be a ruby-throated. Nice. Looks like a ruby-throated to me. Lovely, lovely. I don't know my hummingbirds very well, but I see a ruby-throated throat, and I say that's a ruby-throated hummingbird. Yeah. Thank you, Mechaholic. Good stuff, good stuff. This is like on different days, too. Or maybe hours apart or something, but yeah. Nice. And I thought I muted this site. Why are we still getting the ding-ding noises? We shouldn't be getting that. Mute site. Anyhow. Yeah. And yeah, Timmer's Crutch, yeah, do not eat those berries just because you saw birds eating them. Likewise, things like French fries, don't eat them just because you see birds eating them. French fries are toxic to human beings. I'm kidding. I shouldn't be making a joke. Sorry, we're literally talking about poison. I shouldn't be spreading misinformation on the internet. But Timmer's Crutch is correct. Do not eat berries just because you saw birds eat them. You might die. Because birds, chat, birds are stronger than you are. It's like when your mom would say, oh, you know, if all of your friends jumped off of a bridge, would you do the same thing? Just because you see a bird doing it, eating a berry or flying into a window pane, doesn't mean that you should do that. Don't go flying into a window pane, chat, just because you saw a bird do it. Also, birds don't do that either. That's not... I get confused. Anywho, Alexander Morrison has got, yeah, the more you know, Timmer's Crutch. There you go. Alexander Morrison's got a modern-day theropod feeding frenzy. Yes! Species included are one white ibis, a pair of female boat-tailed grackles, and many of their male counterparts. The food item is a piece of fried chicken, also a bird. Take a guess which bird claims this meal. Ooh, is it a raven or a crow? Music by Brian Eng. Well, well, well. Let's have a look and a listen. Yeah. I love this, Alexander. This is so cool. There's a crow right there. Crow's just gonna take it and run, huh? There you go. The crows, they're crafty. Very nice. Very nice. Holy cow. Yeah. Good stuff. Instructions unclear. Windows covered in French fries. It's the Raven. Uh-oh. Dave Karen says, is that cannibalism? No, cannibalism is when you eat a member of your same species. So, an ibis eating this, that would be the human equivalent of, like, maybe a human eating a kangaroo or something. If you eat pigs, then you're eating an animal that's more closely related to you than that ibis is to that chicken, most likely. Here. White ibis. Alright, there. Let's zoom into the white ibis. Yeah. And yes, Wheel62, this is true. White ibis right there. Let's jump from them to chicken. I gotta type in Gallus, Gallus, in order not to confuse it. The red jungle fowl. They are pretty far away from a white ibis. So if any of you in chat eat swine, if you happen to eat pigos, that's probably closer to cannibalism than a white ibis eating some chicken, you know? Yeah. Yeah, so human, let's jump to pig. Sus. Scrofa. Yeah. So, in the grand scheme of things, we are closer to pigs than an ibis is to a chicken. Ibis and chicken are further apart from each other than we are from pigs. Just to give you some perspective here. You know? Yeah. Mr. Audio Propagation says, don't they put pig parts in people? Yeah, it's called bacon. Yeah. I don't eat it, but some people do. No, what you're talking about are genetically modified pig parts. Do get transplanted. Yeah. Pig heart valves and stuff like that. Yeah, but they have to be like genetically modified, I think, in order for that to actually be a thing. Yeah. Anywho, and I've muted the site and it's still making noises. Forget it. Anyway, very, very cool, Alexander Morrison, and thank you for prompting this cool discussion. Good stuff. And it was regular pig heart valves? Maybe it was a heart transplant. Maybe it's actually the heart itself had to be genetically modified. Here, hang on. Yeah. I thought I saved this somewhere in here, but maybe not. Shoot, what was his name? I want to ask if he wants to be an interviewee. Anyway, here's a video.
That new heart's still a rock star. We are all very excited to see this big heart beating in this human.
My dad's a fighter. He chose to do this.
Welcome to a special edition of Frontline News. I'm Larry Roberts in the University of Maryland School of Medicine News Center. In a historic medical first, doctors and scientists of the University of Maryland School of Medicine have successfully transplanted a genetically modified pig heart into a Maryland man.
It had to be genetically modified in order to actually get it to keep the body from rejecting it. A straight-up pig heart will not work. Pigs are just too genetically distant from humans in order for that to work properly. You got to modify it in order to get the body to actually like not reject it. You know, it reminds me of yeah. Here. Anyway, yeah. And I'll see you around, Alexander Morrison. Thanks for being here. Yeah. Majestic Biscuit says, does this mean we can clone dinosaurs? No. So far, it is impossible to clone birds. Like, no one has been able to actually clone a bird. And dinosaurs are essentially proto-birds. You know? Yeah. Here's a video here's Michael Novacek talking about this. Yeah.
Despite what you see in movies and science fiction, and some of it's very entertaining, and you know, some nice ideas in there, tantalizing ideas, we cannot clone a dinosaur. We cannot create a Jurassic Park.
For a number of reasons. First, there isn't a lot of DNA preserved in the ancient fossils, and that is severely damaged.
No dinosaur
nowhere
DNA.
Near ever finding a whole genome for an extinct dinosaur. Maybe in a few years, maybe down the line, we might finally get some really reliable evidence on a DNA sequence
that hasn't
from
happened
a
yet.
dinosaur from some tissue of an ancient dinosaur, but it'll only be a tiny, tiny smattering of that huge genome. It could be as many as 30,000 genes, and we might get a signal from a couple of them. And that certainly won't be enough to clone a dinosaur. So I think the answer to this question is it's impossible to clone a dinosaur.
That, and also, even if we did have a complete DNA sequence, we can't even clone modern birds. Birds, thus far, have proved impossible to clone because their egg is too big compared to the tiny little, like, embryonic nucleus within it. The size difference, like, in mammals, it's easy, because mammals don't really lay eggs, except for platypus and echidna, except for monotremes. In a mammal, it's easy to take a nucleus out of a mammal cell and then put it into an egg cell of a mammal and create a clone that way. That does not happen with birds, because their eggs are too big. The egg cells are too large, and the tiny, tiny, tiny cluster of cells there where you need to transfer the nucleus to is just too small. It just doesn't work. So yeah. There is a group that is kind of trying to do that. They would like to be able to bring back the dodo, which I think is a really, really cool idea. This video about that right here. But
how does a species gain widespread notoriety without ever being witnessed by the modern eye? Magic.
Oh, through literature, really.
Rediscovering the dodo. The dodo, discovered in the late 16th century, is the gone-too-soon golden child of extinction and conservation, and a cherished icon of culture in its native Mauritius and around the globe. This flightless bird revealed itself to sailors on a small island in the Indian Ocean one day and immediately made an impact that hasn't faltered all these centuries later.
I mean, it kind of did falter. Don't say that.
After a short period of ecological and anthropomorphic turbulence, it was gone.
Yeah,
a vanishing
killed.
act inspired by human interference
murder.
that sparked an enduring global interest around extinction. How do you accomplish the seemingly impossible task of recreating a life so far beyond our reach?
What is with the
You go big.
script?
Colossal Biosciences has brought together a collective of the most powerful tools and the brightest minds, from science and conservation, to re-engineer this iconic species with processes that showcase the enormity of what science can do. We believe in our duty to take the life science breakthroughs we built our mission upon and put them to work in service of reversing what humanity did to the dodo. Our efforts aren't siloed, and our vision isn't limited to the dodo. The avian populations of our skies, grasslands and coastlines around the globe are in crisis.
That's true.
The Cornell Lab of Ornithology reports that in North America alone, we've lost almost 3 billion birds over the past 50 years.
3 billion individual birds.
That's almost a 30% decrease, and that's something we simply can't let continue. Through our tireless work bringing back this cherished species, we'll develop the knowledge base and tools required to halt the harrowing decline in our bird population. In doing so, we'll bring conservation to the forefront of our cultural zeitgeist, bring balance back to avian species and the countless ecosystems they inhabit, and bring a little bit of magic back to Mauritius. Colossal. Restoring the past for a better future.
I like the goal here. I think even if it fails utterly, they will learn really, really cool things about the genomes of these animals and hopefully inspire people to preserve the species that we still have here today. But I 1000% am not of the opinion that, like, oh, well, the extinct animals, they went extinct for a reason, don't mess with nature. That's not what I'm saying here, you know? The dodo should still be around today. It was driven into extinction by human carelessness and greed and malice. That bird existed upon the island of Mauritius for like 10 million years, and it was specially adapted to live in that environment. And Dutch sailors showed up and just killed them, wiped them out. I think it would... We as human beings do kind of have some inherent duty to try and right that wrong. If we can. I'm not sure if we can in this regard, but if you introduce the species back to the island of Mauritius, what they're trying to do is basically take a closely related animal, like a Rodriguez solitaire, I believe, genetically modify it, kind of make it phenotypically as identical as they can get it to an original dodo, as best they can, and then reintroduce those animals. Honestly, I don't think it's going to work, but I really hope it does. I really hope they're able to do that. I really hope they're able to engineer a creature that will fill that same ecological niche, because that island is broken because of the extinction of this bird, because it was wiped out like this. It is currently broken. There is a void there in that ecosystem. It would be wonderful if we could fill that, if we could help try and right some part of that wrong there, you know? Some people say, oh, that's playing God. Look, we already did that. We already played God there. We already wiped out an entire species. We did that. That's done. Trying to correct for that in some small way, I think, is a noble endeavor. You know? And I really wish them the best of luck with this project. But they're going to have to get past the cloning problem for birds, and nobody's been able to fix that so far. You know? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Is taking medicine when I'm sick also playing it? Yeah, don't do that iconic song. That's playing God. Goodness. Yeah. 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 Anyway. But yeah. Its Evolution says there is no way to recover their history, which is true. It's true. When a species goes extinct, there are the instincts there that were inherited by offspring. There are things that their parents would teach them. There are things like gut flora. There are like bacteria that would have lived within the gastrointestinal tract of those animals that will also go extinct along with them. You can never fully recapture the entirety of a living thing after it has gone extinct. There's a wonderful quote by William Beebe about this. And it goes, the beauty and genius of a work of art may be reconceived, though its first material expression be destroyed. A vanished harmony may yet again inspire the composer. But when the last individual of a race of living things breathes no more, another heaven and another earth must pass before such a one can be again. It's basically saying you can never truly and entirely bring back a creature after it has gone extinct. Not fully, not 100%. But we can try and do something, you know? Let's not be the perfect, be the enemy of the good, in a sense like this. If we can create some facsimile of a dodo, if we can try and bring this critter back in some form, I really think that is a noble endeavor. And the thing is, if there is funding that goes toward this, not only will we learn a tremendous amount about how bird genetics works, about how these creatures develop, about how to conserve them, about everything else. Like, this will be a net positive. Especially if it helps inspire the conservation of bird species that are still around today. If this can get people to realize how difficult it is to resurrect an extinct species, even just create a facsimile of it, hopefully that will get people to sit up and pay attention and go, holy cow, we have all of these species around today that are dying because of us. we are wiping them out. We can't just de-extinct them instantly. It's so much easier to just save them while they are still here. If this project can help get people to understand that, then I am all for it. Does that make sense? I hope so. Yeah. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. Yeah. And Tone, pandas have actually bounced back. Yeah. That's an example of where conservation efforts have really, really paid dividends. Yeah. And Bojangle, I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for being here. Yeah, giant panda conservation. I think recently conservation efforts have just ballooned the number of pandas. Yeah, in July of 2021, that's almost 3 years ago, Chinese conservation authorities announced that giant pandas are no longer endangered in the wild following years of conservation efforts, with the population in the wild exceeding 1,800. China has received international praise for its conservation of the species, which has also helped the country establish itself as a leader in endangered species conservation. So there you go. Yeah. Yeah, and Pattern Juggler, I've read that. Yeah, that's Elizabeth Colbert's book, I think, The Sixth Extinction. I was looking for it on my shelf. I might not have it on my shelf, but yeah. Oh yeah, pandas were poached and their habitat was destroyed and all kinds of other stuff, but they're bouncing back now with concerted conservation efforts. Yeah. Here, look at a population chart here. Around the 1980s, they probably hit a nadir. Or maybe, yeah, 1980s. Less than 1,000 in the wild. Then 1,200, then 1,000, then 1,500. 2012, I guess we didn't know, and then 1,800 in 2013. 2021, it's estimated that there are even more. It is very much possible to, with concerted efforts, you can save species from extinction in the first place. You can never truly bring them back from extinction. What you'll be doing is bringing back, creating something that resembles superficially, like Colossal's project with the dodo, resembles superficially that extinct animal. Oh yeah. Dorky on TV says, when did we start wiping out species? Did we always, or is it more recent? It's accelerated more recently. Yeah. It kind of depends on who you ask. This is a matter of debate among paleontologists. When you talk to people who work in the Pleistocene, what caused the Pleistocene megafaunal extinction? Was it primarily climate-driven, or was it primarily human-driven? But I don't know. I'm not a Pleistocene paleontologist. I work on dinosaurs primarily. So really, who cares what I think? But I'm of the opinion that, you know, climates usually change slowly enough that creatures can adapt without going extinct, for the most part, broadly speaking. Many exceptions, but broadly speaking, that's the case, I think. Not so for human influences on the environment. We are extraordinarily effective agents of change as human beings. We have shaped the world in ways that we don't even understand, or realize, or appreciate. And speaking of birds, actually, came out in December, humans might have driven 1,500 bird species to extinction, twice the previous estimates. This is from Nature from December of 2023. Yeah. Especially on islands, it's like small endemic populations of birds. Once humans show up and introduce things like rats and cats and pigs and dogs and stuff, or mosquitoes in the case of Hawaii. Yeah, I don't know. So human beings have been driving species into extinction for a long time. For a long time. For almost as long as there have been humans. We as human beings hold tremendous power. But, you know, like Superman's uncle said, with great power comes great what is it, chat? With great power comes great obligation to restraint. Yeah. Anyway. Investment option? No, Tommy Platypus. Anyway, no. We as human beings we wield tremendous influence over our surroundings, and we need to be responsible about it. Oh yeah. With great power comes a high electric bill. There you go, Mark. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. So with that, let's get back to Thursday Birdsday here. Let's get back to those birds posted by members of this Discord here. Come on now, wait, no, stop. There we go. Yeah. Dinosaur Dave says, staying in a hotel, but out the window I see this little guy, and who is this? Dinosaur Dave, I don't know who that is. Presumably you're staying in Australia. Who is that? A sea duck? Neverwinter? That doesn't look like a sea duck to me. Now, Neverwinter, you were talking about that scoter there, right? Yeah, Mayor Space thought this was a white-winged scoter. Does that look right to you, Neverwinter? Yeah. That's not how you spell quokka, Tone. A quokka's a marsupial. And, well, quokkas are native to Australia. I don't think that's this animal. This looks like a bird to me. Is this a starling? Is that a European starling there in Australia? Speaking of the influence of humans, you know? It looks like a starling to me, its evolution. Yeah, yeah. Speaking of human influence over environments, this is an invasive species. They really are lovely birds. They just are in a lot of places where they shouldn't be. There's a book about this. Yeah, and see, Whale62 says, please, no, they are such pests. They're also beautiful birds, though. Like, there's a book about this. Let me find it. Let me find this book. There we go. Birds. Shoot, where is that? There it is. took the dust jacket off, or I don't even know why I'm showing you the book, but here's the book. It's called Mozart's Starling by Leonda Lynn Haupt. Beautiful book. Yeah. And there's the bird that inspired the book in the first place. Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful book. I actually haven't finished it yet. I need to do that, but... Two things can be true at the same time. Starlings can be birds which are incredibly invasive and harmful toward the ecosystems that they've been introduced to. And they can just be wonderful little birds at the same time. You know, they're still birds, after all. Yeah. Is this going to be any good right here?
I'm Heather McElhatton, and this is A Beautiful World. And this week we learn about nature-inspiring artistic genius and the beauty of communing with the wild from author Leonda Lynn Haupt. Her book is Mozart's Starling.
I was fascinated by the story that Mozart had as a pet, a starling.
The starling, or Sturnus vulgaris, was introduced to America in 1890 when 60 birds were released in Central Park in New York City.
And the dissonance there is wonderful because here we have one of our most sublime Western classical composers who had, not just as a companion, but as an actual muse, this bird, the European starling, that is an invasive bird in North America, and safe to say, probably the most hated bird in all of the country by conservationists, agriculturists, and bird watchers, and even nature writers like me.
Haupt was captivated by the story of a beloved composer loving a reviled bird, and she did some intensive research to capture the story.
He recorded two things about the starling. One, that it imitated the motif of a beautiful concerto that he had just completed. And the second one was that he paid a few kreutzer for it and bought it and took it home. So we know from his own notebook that he had this starling.
Starlings are highly social and verbal, known to be excellent mimics. Mozart was delighted by the starling's ability to mimic and alter his compositions. He recorded the bird's changes in his journal. Here's Mozart.
To me, this is so incredibly cool. Because here is one of the most heralded musical geniuses of all time. And he's kind of being taught how to do what he does as a human being. Like, this is what he is famous for. This is his whole life. Musical composition is what makes him great. And here he is, a student of a starling. This bird is inspiring him and teaching him about musical composition. A bird! That's so cool.
Mozart's rendition of a piano concerto in G major. Here are the starling's changes. Haupt has no doubt the starling had a profound effect on Mozart. He wrote music for the bird, composed poems, and held a formal funeral for the starling when it died. She knows what a profound effect a starling can have on a household firsthand, because Haupt went one step further when researching Mozart's starling. She adopted a starling herself.
So I basically grabbed this little bird on the way to the, city park dustbin, and she was only 5 days old at the time. She looked terrible. I thought she was going to die, but I hovered over her and grew into this healthy, flourishing bird who really did help me flesh out the story.
Haupt named her starling Carmen, and they still live together to this day. She says the birds taught her family a lot about music, life, navigating the world together. When
Dame Karen says she just grabbed a bird. So, yes, and no. What had happened was she heard from, like, I don't know, I guess she had kind of like some people on the inside at the city, up somewhere in the Pacific Northwest, like a suburb of Seattle or something like that. She heard that there was a starling nest in a building in a public park. And the people who worked for the city were going to go in there and destroy the nest and kill the nestlings or you know, smash the eggs. And so before that happened, she snuck in there and she just, you know, like my stepmother gesture. I learned this gesture from her. She just kind of went in and, you know, took one of the starlings. Took one of those little nestlings, saved its life.
Large numbers of starlings fly together. It's called a murmuration. They form these impossibly complex shapes as thousands of birds fly together in perfect harmony and unison. Until recently, researchers had no clue how so many birds flew together without crashing into each other. And the answer, it turns out, is 7 starlings.
Each starling is paying attention to the 7 starlings next to it, and that movement scales rapidly through the flock. The metaphor that it leaves us with, I mean, we are living in a mystifying political time, and so many people are saying, you know, what do I do? What do I do? And I go
Interesting,
back to
Camellia.
that.
I think you'd really like this book too.
Science about murmurations and think, you know, we all,
I should look into that.
each of us have
Beyond the
our
War on Invasive
version
Species. Huh.
of the 7 starlings closest to us, you know, whether it's our family or our coworkers, you know, whatever it is. And we can all bring our own gifts with a sense of a gratitude, with a sense of joy, with a sense of peace. And maybe those actions ripple out in ways that we could not have imagined.
Find out more about Mozart's starling at abeautiful.world. I'm Heather McElhatton.
Or get the book.
And this
Yeah.
is A Beautiful World.
Brought to you with help from the Pollad Family Foundation.
Good stuff. Anyway, starlings are... Yeah, here, shoot. There's Carmen.
The idea for this book was really sudden, actually. I had heard about the story of Mozart's starling for years, probably even decades. But one day I was looking out the window of this study and a flock of starlings appeared on the grass, and I just became obsessed with the notion that this brilliant composer had as a companion this very common, and what is in our country, a reviled bird. Here they're a non-native invasive species. Conservationists like me, nature writers like me, are supposed to hate starlings. So that sort of dissonance was very interesting to me. So I flew to Salzburg, I flew to Vienna, I read all of his biographies and his letters, and then perhaps the craziest thing I did was rescue a 5-day-old starling chick and raise her in our household. This is Carmen. She's 4 years old now, and she is very much a part of our life. I don't know if she's part of our human family or we're her starling flock. I think it's actually a little bit of both.
But yeah, wonderful book. Really, really love this book. You should check it out if that sounds interesting to you. Yeah. So yeah, Dinosaur Dave found a starling out there in Australia. This is a beautiful Thursday Birdsday bird because halfway around the world, you have seen this bird, which is invasive in your country like it is in my country. It is all at once an illustration of the influence that human beings have had upon our planet. The way that we spread certain species around and cause ecological devastation. And it's also an example of supreme adaptability. This little theropod dinosaur. And just what a beautiful creature it is in and of itself, you know? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. This is good stuff. Let's continue on now Janine's Mess is visiting lovely Perth this weekend, taking advantage of the great weather, plus awesome riverside walks. Managed to spot a couple of Aussie icons. The fabulous white ibis, aka bin chicken, and black swans. I wasn't game enough to get closer to the swans as they can get aggressive. Are you surprised? I'm not surprised. No. Sorry about the quality. Both were taken on my phone whilst running on different days. No, it does not have to be a beautiful photograph on Thursday Birdsday. That is not a requirement. Look at that lovely white ibis there. A bin chicken, as they are affectionately called. And look at those black swans. Are you sure those aren't Loch Ness monsters there? Oh boy. Black swans are very cool. They are very cool. And then more white ibises. Very nice. Good stuff, Janine's Mess. Thank you for posting. These are lovely. I agree with Lenina. Wonderful stuff. Yeah. Thank you for posting. Good stuff, Janine's Mess. Classic Thursday Birdsday post. And Ms. Art Rules says, not a bird, some kind of bumblebee. That's very much not a bird, Ms. Art Rules. True. But it does pollinate like a lot of birds do. But yeah, you're right. It's not a bird. But yeah. Dinosaur Dave has got a bunch of these in Canberra. They also look like starlings. These to me look like starlings again. Correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, but to me these look like more starlings. Got a very starlingy aspect to them. Yeah. And Kamel Hyacinth says, the book is at my library. Now I'm excited for Saturday. Nice. Yeah. Oh, you're going to love that book. Camellia, you're going to love that book. Dinosaur Dave, cool stuff. Thank you for confirming, Neverwinter. Those starlings? Yeah. Charcota's got a red-winged blackbird. Noisy little guy. They are noisy. They like to hang out near marshy areas. Perch on cattails and stuff like that. Not a cat's tail, but cattail plants. Big reeds. Here in California, our red-winged blackbirds don't have that yellowish spot. It's just red. Or at least that's what a field guide told me when I was a kid, and that's what I've always observed. California, red-winged blackbird. There we go. See, our California ones don't have that red splotch on their wings, or that yellow splotch. It's just red. Yeah. Red-winged blackbird there. Yeah, they're returning to your area. Sign of spring. Nice, Neverwinter. Nice. You can see just a little hint of yellow, but they're mostly just red here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. For comparison, a red-winged blackbird showing the full yellow below the red patch, which is not typical here. This one's from Washington. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, it's neat the individual variation you can get like this in different populations. This implies to me that there is some kind of geographic barrier that's preventing gene flow between the California population and populations from outside of the state. Anyway, very cool, Charcone. Look at how yellow that is on the red-winged blackbird where you are. Cool stuff, Charcone. Cool stuff. Yeah. That was in St. Louis. Well. All the way in Missouri. Yeah. I've got some friends who moved to Missouri recently, and I hope they like it. I actually need to check in with them. But yeah. Not everybody likes Missouri, though, you know? Yeah. That's not our official stance here on Paleontologizing. Sure, it's a lovely state in terms of its geography and its birds and stuff like that. You know? But Harry agrees. He says, right on, Abe. Oh, maybe yells at Cloud. I've been known to do that too, Mayor Space. Oh. Yeah. And are sound clips allowed? They are, Lenina, yes. I could hear all of these birds, but I couldn't see any to photograph. Today's cast was cedar waxwing, ooh, house sparrow, blue jay, and white-winged dove. It's so quiet. Oh, you know, it might help if I unmute the site. Wait, no, it is unmuted. I have to mute it because it thinks that it's muted on whatever. Hang on. Mute. Unmute. Play. Hang on a minute here. Google Chrome, you're trying my patience right now. This is not user error, it's just broken. That is quiet. But I bet you we can turn it up. Well, hang on. Maybe I can paste this in the browser? Let's try that. There we go. Very nice, Lenina. I could, but I don't like the Discord app, Mayorspace. Also, I would need to rejigger all of my OBS stuff in order to get it to... It would just be a pain in the butt. Anyway, very cool, Lenina. You heard cedar waxwings in there. That's like the people that I was talking to today. Those birders who walked by. And they said that they could hear some cedar waxwings, but they couldn't see them yet. What does cedar waxwings sound like? Let's look that up. Look at the little waxy tips on the wings. Oh, they're so cool. Oh, that makes sense. They're eating the berries there, Lenina. Yeah. Huh. This almost looks like a juniper tree or something that it's in right now. Yeah. Very cool. Cedar waxwings are such neat birds. They're really, really cool. Anyway, thanks for sharing, Lenina. Good stuff. Yeah. And Tommy Ploticus says, I think this is a trumpeter swan. Tommy Ploticus, I think you are correct right there. Yeah. I would see these sometimes in Yellowstone National Park when I used to visit there when I lived in southern Montana. I used to go there at least a couple times a year. I would see these guys all over the place. Yeah. There was a book that my teacher read to my class when I was in like 5th grade. And it was about a trumpeter swan who played the trumpet. It was... What was it called? Book about swan who plays the trumpet. The Trumpet of the Swan is a children's novel by E.B. White, published in 1970. It tells the story of Lewis, a trumpeter swan born without a voice, who overcomes his difficulty by learning to play a trumpet in order to impress a beautiful swan named Serena. Well, there is a part in the book where I don't know, it was just not a very, it didn't make a lot of sense, this book. But I think this boy, like, cuts the swan's webbing between his digits on his hind foot so that he can actually perform the fingering on the valves on the trumpet like that on the top. And I don't remember how he holds the other part. A trumpet is designed for human hands and fingers and human lips. It would not be something that a swan could actually, you know, manage. But I remember thinking the book was fun when I was a kid, but also thinking, like, that's not gonna work. Swans don't have lips. But yeah. I thought it was a swan that did the cutting. It could be Claire Burr. I don't really remember. Yeah. So he could play. Yeah. Might Shiny, yeah. Yeah. Timmer's Crutch says, that's jazz, man. Timmer's Crutch, yeah. 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 You know, at the end of the day, if jazz is if it's really about the notes that you don't play, then, you know, aren't swans the best jazz musicians? Yeah. Let's continue. Think about all those notes they're not playing. Oh, man. That's jazz. And Dinosaur Dave, more videos here. We might save these for next week. I gotta keep going through here. But thank you, Dinosaur Dave. We've had quite a few contributions today. Conrad says, Wicca family like 'em beef. What? Wiccas are Weccas? These almost look like, what do these look like? They almost look like galliform birds. What are these? Wecca, says Claire Burr. Let's look them up. They're New Zealand native. Very cool, Chris TS. They're Maori hen. Oh. This cheeky Wekas. This is Conrad with a K. There you go. Yeah. Oh man, we gotta find some videos on these. I do not know. What? These have got to be incredibly formidable predators. Looking at them, look at them pick the bone of this. That has to have been some kind of cattle. And they've already devoured the rest of it. Wecca's like in pick clean a cow in about 10 minutes. Deadly creatures. That is impressive there. What is a Wicca? Let's find out. Meet the Wicca. Wicca? Wicca? Flightless. Vulnerable. And deadly. They're elegant dancers. Cunning thieves. Oh, they're nicking that big. Brave swimmers. Romantic lovers. Passionate adversaries. Oh, destroying that trainer. Unflappable. Sharp behind opportunists. They love a drink. And a smark. Oh, really love a drink. Oh boy. They are so cute. Holy moly. Curious. That's one way of saying it. Friendly. Oh. Feisty. Like a kiwi with a shoulder bike. No, they're different from kiwis. They're not paleonath birds. Good stuff. Alright, let's get to it. Meet the locals.
By the early 1900s, the buff weka had gone extinct in its home range of eastern Otago and Canterbury. But through a stroke of luck, 12 buff weka were introduced to the Chatham Islands in 1905. From these 12 birds, a population of 60,000 has grown.
Wow!
Find out why the Chatham Islanders love their weka.
Weka. Wow. So see, they can they steal all your soap, Conrad? How do you stay clean then?
Danny, how did the weka get to the Chatham Islands?
They were brought here in 1905. I'm not too sure who brought them here, but they were released out at Kaingarara. That's where they were first released on the Chathams.
Oh, camping life. Oh, gotcha. They don't go into your house.
The habitat here, that suits them. They've got the range of the sandhills. They live in the sandgrass. There's a lot of food in the sandhills with the different berries. They love the bush.
Weka on the Chathams have become a bit of a pest. Why is that?
They predate on our ground nesting native birds. Weka were introduced. Yeah, they're an underrated predator here.
What kind of predator are they? What do they go for?
They'll take the oyster catcher eggs. Any ground nesting bird, they'll eat their eggs.
Tell me a little bit about the translocation of the weka back to
I like this guy. He's very
there was a few taken
to
back
the point.
in Ngaitahu.
Not very talkative.
He's, thriving down that way, I've been told. There has been one or two others taken back to New Zealand with Roger Beatty and the Banks Peninsula.
The Chatham Islands, I guess, is a rarity in that over here the locals eat the weka. Why does that happen?
Here they're a predator, and I think that gives us an excuse that we're allowed to eat them.
You're helping solve the problem.
Yes.
And you never have to worry about taking too much.
August.
Lovely
July,
tree
August,
ferns
you'll
there.
be
Holy
down
cow.
on the south end of the
Yeah. Weka. Pretty cool birds there. Cheeky weka. What a lovely bird. Holy moly. They're so charming. Oh, man. And it's funny, just looking at a bird like this, that's, you know, about yay tall. Imagine this critter 7 or 8 feet tall, and you've got yourself like a big theropod. You know, these are little theropods, but it's kind of easy to imagine like a Ceratosaurus, Dilophosaurus. Something like that, just kind of walking around, doing its thing. Wouldn't be as cute at 7 feet. I mean, cuteness is in the eye of the beholder. Or in the eye of the creature not being currently eaten by a 7-foot tall theropod. So yeah, fair. Yeah. Will62 says, never heard of these, which is why I watched this stream. Well, I'm glad we're able to fulfill that for you, Will62. Ah, that makes me happy. North says, would dinosaurs have done the head bob a lot of birds do? Some dinosaurs probably would have done that. Other dinosaurs, not so much. Yeah. The closer you get to birds on the dinosaur family tree, probably the more head bobbing they would do, on average, I would imagine. Yeah. So, like, here, you know, dinosaurs start here on this tree. The closer you get to birds up here, your troodontids, your dromaeosaurs, they probably did some variety of like kind of head bobbing, like the kind of gyroscopic like head thing that
What you're doing?
yeah. You know, this kind of thing right here. I think it's supposed to be Microraptor right here. You know how you can do that with a chicken? And their head kind of stays in the same place? Yeah, good stuff. The closer you get to birds on the dinosaur family tree, probably the more of that they're doing, you know? And that's true of just about anything to do with birds, you know? The more birdie you get, the more birdie you are. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff, Conrad. Thank you for posting. Those ravenous predators there. Pick clean that whole cow. My goodness. Dan the BC man says, I did not have time to get out this week. Just to have fun, but took old ones off the computer. Yeah, it looks like a Muscovy duck right there, and it looks like a slightly dirty great heron, or a great egret. Maybe a snowy egret? I think it's more a great egret. But good stuff there, Dan the BC man. Thanks for posting. Even if you can't always make it outside in any given week, you know, as long as you make an effort, that's what's important. I didn't actually photograph any good birds this week. I spent a lot of time outside. I don't think I got a good bird photo this week. We can look, but yeah. Yeah. Furry Photo says, I went to a bird park recently, so it's birds for weeks. Let's start with a southern screamer. I'm sure they sound pleasant. Very cool. Southern screamer. Where are they in relation to a weka? Weka? Southern screamer. I scream, you scream, we all scream for southern screamer. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. They're related to the crested screamer and the northern screamer and screamers in general. I scream, you scream. And they are anseriform birds. They're very early branching anseriformes. Interesting. Interesting. Do any of your landlords catch birds? No, Dame Karen. They're all inside cats. They do not go outside. That's so they don't catch birds, and so that birds don't catch them. I spotted a bald eagle in my neighborhood the other week. I do not want any of my feline overlords to be carried away by a bird of prey like that. Keep your birds inside so your cats don't eat birds, and so birds don't eat your cats. You know? Yeah. Racodactylus says the landlords have human servants to fetch food for them. Exactly. Yes. And one of them today, Sweetie Pie, I held out a tortilla chip to her. So I was sitting down for lunch. And she's like, oh, this is nice. I like this. And she's licking all the salt off of it. And kind of like, she was kind of like testing it with her teeth. She didn't want to bite it and crunch it, but she was just kind of going like that with her teeth. It was very cute. Yeah. And do eagles catch cats? Oops. Dame Karen, I'll show you a video of an eagle not catching a cat, but trying to. Yeah. Yeah, look at this. This is why you should keep your cats indoors. That kitten would have been done for. Hawk food. You know? This Acipterine hawk absolutely would have made a meal out of this little cat. You know? Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. Keep your cats inside, everybody. It's better for the cats, it's better for you, it's better for everybody. It's better for your local birds and mice and salamanders and lizards and any particularly small neighborhood children who might be killed and eaten by house cats. Yeah. Anyway, Mountain Screaming, very cool furry photos. Thanks for posting. Really lovely. Look at that. Nice. Yeah. And things went for a walk, hoping to find an uncommon local bird that had just returned. I probably should have tried earlier in the day. What I did find was appropriate because it shares its name with my new cat, Robin. Pics and pets, very nice. This one was in the park putting on a mating display, and I was not supposed to be the one noticing them. Well, you know, sometimes it's nice to be able to practice. And who is that? Who is that? That looks like a robin right there. That silhouette looks very robin. Oh yeah, wait, you said it was a robin, didn't you? It shares the name with my new cat, Robin. Yeah, it is a robin. Very nice. And you know what kind of robin that is? Oh boy. Yeah. Not a rockin' robin, Bella Messina. No. There we go. Yeah. American robin. That's what this bird is. Yeah. Good stuff. So our robins here in the United States and in North America in general, the American robin is different from European robins. European robins are a totally different group. American robins are a kind of thrush. I feel like we talked about this last week, but we're talking about it again. Buckle up. Yeah. The American robin, Turdus migratorius. Yeah. Is a kind of thrush. See? And with these other thrushes and birds like that. Yeah. Excuse me. So many species. Holy moly. Thrushes. It's a kind of thrush. Whereas your European robin... There we go. Is a kind of, something else. What are these guys? Certainly speciose. They're related to chats and flycatchers, so, you know, you have a certain degree of kinship to these. Chat? Yeah. Not really. You're mammals, chat. You're gonna be, You're gonna be over here. Don't come hanging round my door. There we go. There's you. Anyway, yeah. Good stuff there, Thing. Thanks for posting. Yeah. You wish that was you, Ricodactylus? I don't know. I've heard the moon's not all it's cracked up to be. You know, there's no good place to eat. There's no dinosaurs up there. I much prefer the Earth. You know? I'm sure the moon might be cool to visit for like a day or so, but I certainly wouldn't want to live there. You know? It's like Rhode Island. It's Slappy Simon here. Oh no, yeah. I've never been to Rhode Island. But yeah. Yeah, it's not even made of cheese. And even if it were, it's not good cheese. It's not like blue cheese or chèvre or something like that, you know? Rachel Darling Endeavor says, my husband and I recently put up a bird feeder with sunflower seeds for a local resident chickadee. The bird feeder has been a huge success. Cue Borat voice. And I've drawn in many birds from the chickadee, dark-eyed juncos, a California scrubjay, quail, and these beautiful evening grosbeaks. Very cool. The still photos are of a male and the video is of a female featuring another small bird friend. Location, Southern Oregon. Hugging the border of California and Nevada. Very cool. Very cool. That must be the grosbeak right there. Look at this lovely bird. Holy moly. I've never seen one of these in my life before. That is beautiful. My goodness. Wow, wow, wow. Great success indeed. Look at these lovely theropod dinosaurs. That is fantastic. Well, thank you for posting. That's lovely. My goodness. Here, let's go to Evening Grosbeak here. Birders in chat, do you say grosbeak or grosbeak? I want to say grosbeak, but I don't... Grosbeak, okay. Green herring, thanks. Thanks. Dave Karen says grow. Okay, grosbeak. Yeah. And they are vulnerable, apparently. Wow. Well, thank you for feeding one right there. That is really lovely, Rachel. Oh, man. It's moments like this that actually make me miss snow a little bit, and that is... Holy cow, that is hard to do. Given that I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area and moved back here after living in the frozen wastes of Montana for the better part of a decade. Yeah. Love it here. But there's something to be said sometimes for sitting inside with a Stegosaurus mug full of hot chocolate and just watching a bunch of chickadees or other passerine birds just go to town on some black oil sunflower seeds in a feeder like this. That could be a special moment, and I do miss that a little bit, I suppose. Which makes me realize I really need to get my bird feeder set up here. Yeah. I'm waiting for boys with shovels. No, that's me, Mary L63. I'm the boy with shovel. It's heaving a heavy sigh and going, okay, I'll get the shovel, and that other weird tool where it's like a shovel handle, and then there's a heavy duty paint scraper at the bottom, and you use that for scraping ice off the driveway. Oh boy, I don't miss that. Yeah, Bella Messina, I'm not going up to Tahoe right now. Oh boy, yeah, I like Tahoe in the springtime. Anyway, good stuff. Thank you, Rachel Darling Endeavors, for posting that. Beautiful. Green herring. I thought you said you didn't get a good bird photo this week. Green herring, this is a fish crow having some fun at the playground, or maybe just looking for any food that the small humans might have dropped. Look at this. Look at that right there. Look at the sparkle in that eye. That bird is staring down the barrel of that camera lens and just being like, yep, I perceive you there. This is a smart critter right there. Holy moly. Yeah. Around here we have two types of crows, fish crows and American crows. Interesting, green herring. Wow. We only have an American crows where I live, I think. And ravens, of course. They are completely indistinguishable except by call. Really? Maybe... What do they sound like? Fortunately, crows are seldom silent.
Fossils, especially dinosaurs, we capture the imagination of children, and that makes vertebrate paleontology a gateway for all science.
Ginger_Crush and their 28 children are walking through that gateway right now.
Holy cow, Ginger Crush and Raiders, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is wonderful to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Happy Thursday Birdsday to you. Ginger Crush, how did your stream go? I hope it was real good. Jim and Tig and Tom Kowalczyk. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. If any of you are here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. Paleontologists study fossil organisms. I work on dinosaurs in particular, hence this Erlikosaurus skull right here, and this Archaeopteryx over there. Archaeopteryx is both a dinosaur and a bird. Birds are a kind of dinosaur. Strictly speaking, dinosaurs never went completely extinct. We have over 9,000 species. Over 9,000 species of living birds today. And thus we have over 9,000 living species of dinosaur. We're celebrating that today on Thursday Birdsday. So you came here in time to catch that. Yeah. And like Indiana Jones was an archaeologist. He didn't study fossils. Archaeology is human artifacts and stuff like that. So yeah.
It's a dinosaur.
And Abe no Mizuki. I almost said Ohayo gozaimasu for the follow. I almost said good morning for the follow. Arigato for the follow. I don't know any Japanese. Anyway, Abe, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Welcome. Yeah. You're the first person to get my name right on the first try. Abe. I am a paleontologist. You know, we work with a lot of kind of longer names that sometimes are a little bit more difficult to pronounce for non-paleontologists and other people. So, you know, I pride myself in being able to hopefully pronounce people's names correctly, especially if they're longer. So yeah, anyway, it seems like we do have a few cool new people here. Would you like to see a quick little welcome video? If you're new here, and you'd like to see a welcome video to kind of introduce you to the channel, tell you what paleontologizing is all about, type a 1 into the chat right now. Give me a 1 in the chat. And we'll do that. Yeah. Alright, and then we'll get back into Thursday Birdsday here. But without further ado, let's call forth our good friend, previously recorded Danny, who is currently walking up behind me. He'll fill you in. Previously recorded Danny, take it away. Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out. When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those
and they
movies.
said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes, yeah, well, fortunately he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs. For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020. One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did. And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction. I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where sails on his hood a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do.
I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are.
This is what I'm all about. And now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so.
It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you can afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful.
So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to Ginger Crush for that phenomenal raid there. I really appreciate it. I'm working on some newer welcome videos that are not as out of date as that one. Man, there's been a lot that's happened since I made those videos. For one thing, well, we did a bunch of fieldwork last summer, digging up dinosaurs live in Wyoming and Utah. And if you'd like to see any of the recordings of those live streams from the field, we dug up at least 3 new species of dinosaur last summer. You can see that on the YouTube page here, if you are so interested.
To ask them. I also...
Yeah. Like right here.
Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. It's great to have you here. Hopefully you can hear me. Let me know if you can.
We'll be doing more of this next summer. Very excited about that.
Good.
Very excited about that.
Yeah. Well, hello, everybody, and greetings from wild and beautiful eastern Utah. Digging here in the Cedar Mountain Formation, the very, very beginning of the Cretaceous period. And we just got here last night. Started to set up camp. We finished setting up camp this morning, or mostly finished anyway. And we opened up the quarry today.
Anyway, yeah, we were digging up probably a new species of iguanodontian in there, and probably a new species of theropod dinosaur as well. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, and Thusa, I've never gotten that one before. Abe, oh man, that's funny. I am enthusiastic about things. That's kind of my job. So yeah. You know, what I'm enthusiastic about today is Thursday Birdsday. It is on this day that we celebrate the fact that birds themselves are living dinosaurs. Do any of you want to see the Thursday Birdsday opener again? Probably not. We gotta continue with this. I don't want to get too bogged down. Anyway, on Thursday Birdsday, we go over bird photos, which were submitted by members of the Paleontologizing community here, and we talk about these different birds. All of them are living dinosaurs. As far as we can tell, all bird species evolved from a single species of dinosaur about 170 million years ago. And they had this massive adaptive radiation into all of the bird species that you see today. And here's one of them, a fish crow, which apparently looks almost exactly like a regular American crow. Fortunately, crows are seldom silent. American crows have your standard caw-caw crow call, while fish crows have a more nasal call that sounds like they're saying, uh-uh. Let's see what they actually sound like. Thank you, Green Herring, for posting this. Fish crow call. Especially when eating potato chips. Okay. Oh, Miggity Marty.
Miggity Marty says there's been a few times when I've been in a dark place, but then the I'm a paleontologist or home on the range pops in my mind with you and the kids, and I realize that not everything is crummy. You do more than science reach out. Thank you, Miggity Marty. I really appreciate you saying that. Thank you. That kind of feedback is important, and I appreciate it. And thank you for spending time with me and spending time with us here, and that warms my heart to hear that, Miggity Marties. Thank you. Yeah. Lovely. Appreciate you. That's Green Herring has got this is such a lovely photo of this fish crow here. It's so cool that something as subtle as a call can distinguish different species of crow. I kind of wonder whether these crows can visually distinguish each other as well, because birds can see partway into the ultraviolet spectrum. The kind of like iridescent sheen that you see on a crow like this. Birds can see more colors than we can. If you were a bird looking at a fish crow versus a regular old Corvus brachyrhynchos American crow, chances are you would be able to see a difference there that, like, we as humans cannot perceive. And I think that's pretty cool to think about. You know? Anyway, thank you for the lovely photo there, Green Herring. Good stuff. Reganation's got a few theropods, only a couple. Maybe more than 3. Reganation, who are these? Are these grackles or Brewer's blackbirds or somebody? But you got a lot of them there, Reganation. You might win the Most Dinosaurs award for today's Thursday Birdsday. That's a lot of them there. And Emily says, this photo is from this past December, but I still love to share it. It's a barred owl. Spotted it above me while walking to the mailbox, and it was nice enough to stick around while I rushed back to the house to get my camera. Come back to get some decent pictures. A barred owl. An owl like this during the day is just going to be like, you know what? I'm not going to fly away. I'm going to try and hide. That is a fantastic picture here. I'm so glad you're able to get that. Emily, nice stuff. Nice stuff. A barred owl. You can even see the claws peeking up over that branch there. Owls have got these long claws that they're kind of longer. Crows and eagles will have claws that have got a sharper curve to them. Their curve is like more shallow. Or maybe it's deeper, I don't know. Anyway, owls, their claws extend for further out before they curve down. And they tend to have toes of, like, equal length. Yeah, and it helps them catch small mammals. Yeah, here. Owl claws tend to be long like this. Whereas, like, the claw of an eagle will be, and it's got like a more tightly wound curve to it. Yeah. Oh, classically, this might be a snowy owl, where they've got this like almost a shallower curve to it. And Dagmawi, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. Yeah. Anyway, very cool stuff there, Emily. And you can see I love seeing the claws. Claws just kind of like curve around that branch. Beautiful. Murph says, I always hear so many birds in my neighborhood. I found out where they stay when over a dozen of them burst out of this electrical pole's vines, bush, vegetation. Interesting. And that almost looks like a dark-eyed junco. Got a dark head right there. What do you think, chat? that Junco? Looks Junco-ish to me. Yeah. Like that? Marielle says no. They don't perch on power lines like that. Okay, okay. Could it just be a house sparrow? House sparrows are also very much at home around around man-made infrastructure like that. Although I don't know. That's tough. That's tough. You know, anytime we've got a bird like this, a blurry photo of a bird. Mystery bird, mystery bird. Who could this be? UNBI. What does that stand for, Green Herring? Unidentified bird. Yeah. And it doesn't look like a towhee to me. Towhees are a bit, like, beefier than this. This almost looks like a sparrow or a junco or something like that. Could be a chickadee. Black-capped chickadee. Chickadees are very slight, though, and they kind of look more round. This, to me, I still want to say junco, but I could be wrong. And towhees are sparrows? I'm used to California towhees. Which are... they're beefy. You know? That's a substantial bird. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen a California towhee on, they like to hang out on the ground. I've never seen one on a telephone wire, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But there's lots of different kinds of towhee, I'm sure. Yeah, eastern towhee, collared towhee. Oh, these are so pretty. I've seen these before. I didn't know what they were called. Eastern towhees. Okay. Yeah, it could be something like that. And they're kind of smaller. Our California towhees are beefy. Yeah, so I don't know what that is, but thank you for posting there, Marv. It's a mystery. Lady Fiend has got a bird photo for us today. What is this? Ooh, looks like a chickadee-dee-dee. Yeah, Lady Fiend. That looks like a black-capped chickadee to me. Am I wrong, chat, or am I wrong? No, what? Is this a nuthatch? What is that? Shoot. No, what is this, chat? Huh. It is a chickadee-dee-dee. Okay, Abe. Either a black-capped or Carolina chickadee. Depends on location. Ooh. Very cool. Yeah. Yeah, they're really... Lady Fiend says, we do have chickadees here. Love their mating call? Yeah, Lady Fiend. Thank you for posting. This is lovely. I love this. Very nice, Lady Fiend. Oh man, chickadees are... If we had a little bit more time, I'd show you some really cool videos about chickadees, and we'll do that in the future. We'll have more... We will return to chickadees, I can assure you of that. But man, they are so cool with, like, their different calls that they do, and the number of Ds at the end specifies if there's a threat and how threatening that threat is. Like, it's D, like, you'll have a bunch more Ds if it's, like, a more threatening kind of threat. And also, the way they thermoregulate is really interesting, and chickadees are just such cool birds. They're really neat. Anyway, thank you for posting, Lady Fiend. Good stuff.
And objects in mirror are closer than they appear. Uh-oh, Bette Midler. Look at that big theropod chasing you right there. Holy cow. Yeah, that is, very much this situation right here. Yeah. Where's the mirror, though? There you go. Yeah. Objects in mirror are closer than they appear. Yeah, we've got a different bipedal well, all theropods are bipedal. A different coelurosaurian theropod chasing us right there. That looks like Meleagris gallopavo. American turkey. Very cool, Bette Midler. Oh, I love the way that you framed that. This is fantastic. That's so cool. Oh, I love it, I love it, I love it. Yeah. Bette Midler says, also, evidence of a second turkey on the grassy knoll. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. And a third turkey up in the Texas Cheesecake Depository. Good stuff, Bette Midler. Thank you for posting. That made me smile. It made me laugh. Good stuff. Yeah. Some Canada geese on the way to work from Sloppy Salamander. Some Canada geese? No. They're overrunning the ramparts, Sloppy Salamander. Get out of there. Your fortifications are they're taking over. Oh my goodness. Geese work? Oh boy. Yeah, even more so than the Beyonce song. They definitely work. That's not an infestation, Lenina, that's an invasion. They're oh boy. Yeah. Yeah, time to advance to the rear. Those geese are... Oh, boy. That bank couldn't keep the geese out. Couldn't keep the seawater out of the reservoir. It's falling apart. Yeah. Time to pack up and leave. This neighborhood belongs to the geese now. Floppy Salamander, thank you for posting. That's really lovely. That made me laugh. A few weeks ago, I started rewatching Band of Brothers, and this kind of reminds me of the men of Easy Company find themselves behind these earthen berms all the time. It's reminded me of that.
A versatile sort of chap. He won a lot of arguments in his time, but very few beauty contests.
Sir Steggles, what an appropriate alert for you.
Jackney one poke shake, Jackney one poke shake.
Thank you for the 6 months of support there. Well. Stegosaur for your 6-month resubscription alert. Beautiful. Yeah. As it should be, says Sir Steggles. Yes, indeed. Thank you for your continued support. I appreciate you. Good stuff. Yeah. And Eclectic Gamer Mouse says, there's a few places near my home with similar geese scenes. That's harrowing, Eclectic Gamer Mouse. Geese are, oh boy. Yeah. If we had more time, we would take a look at this video right here. Geese. Peace was never an option. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Good stuff. And Steggles is also an Australian company that provides frozen chickens. Really? What do they provide to... Hopefully they're providing warm coats and soup or food to those frozen chickens. Help them become unfrozen. Can confirm, says Dame Karen. Okay, good. I'm glad somebody is providing for cold chickens. Hopefully warming them up with blankets. Maybe even heated blankets, you know? I hope that's the case on Thursday Birdsday. Hope we're being kind to birds here. Yes, a lovely chicken spa or sauna for them to warm up in. Thank you, Roseanne. I'm so glad to hear that. What a relief.
Of dinosaurs is the absolute prerequisite to the evolution of large mammals and to our own existence for that.
Miss Midnight Core, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. What is a common ancestor of birds? Asks Hugh. We were talking about this a few minutes ago. Or maybe an hour ago at this point. But, as far as we can tell, all birds evolved from a single dinosaur species. And I even have a clip about that, I guess? Who's this? Who's this dingus? The specific species that Turkey is most likely descended from? You're talking about, like, specific species of dinosaur? We're still not sure which species of dinosaur birds evolved from. We're still figuring that out. We don't have good enough fossils yet. We need to go out there and dig some more. But, I'll tell you this. It's not like different kinds of birds evolved from different kinds of non-bird dinosaur. No. It seems like all birds evolved from a single dinosaur species. At some point in, like, the Middle Jurassic period, maybe. He's right. So there was one species of dinosaur that all birds evolved from. You know, first there was one species, and then maybe it split into two. You know how evolution works. And you know how evolution works. Diversification. That's how it happens. I just said that. Copycat. Anyway. Yeah. We don't yet know what that one species of dinosaur was, but as I was saying earlier, the kind of the closest dinosaurs that we have are these little troodontids like Anchiornis right here. So far, it seems like this kind of little dinosaur is probably the closest thing that we have to the ancestor of all birds. Probably would have looked a lot like this. Again, this is Anchiornis, which is a little troodontid dinosaur. Look at that fossil. Look at this fossil. Be still my beating heart. It is gorgeous. You know? Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, but if they did, we would just roll back what we call a bird, right? Yeah, that's the thing, Salamander. We'll get into that another time, but there is a chance that this animal actually evolved from the bird ancestor. There is a chance that troodontids and dromaeosaurs, like Velociraptor and Utahraptor, Deinonychus, that they actually evolved from a bird, in which case they would be birds. We would just kind of roll back the bird ancestors. So, Salamander, you're correct. Yeah. Yeah. Which time zone you were streaming? Miss Midnight Core, I am streaming from the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Pacific time. California time. Los Angeles time, officially. Of course, I'm from San Francisco and the surrounding environment. 4:44 a.m. here. Holy cow, it's 7:45 p.m. here. Yeah. Which came first, the bird or the dinosaur? The dinosaur, Dame Karen. Yeah. By like 100 million years, almost. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Anywho. Let's continue with Thursday Birdsday here. Axeman has got an American crow in the rain who is not happy that I disturbed it and its friend. Not my best picture, but I love the brow line and its sass in the shot. That's a fantastic photo. What are you talking about? This is lovely. I also love how thin its leg is right there too. It's not like, yeah, shoot. Those metatarsals, super thin. Axeman, this is beautiful. I find it interesting that young crows often stay with their parents and help raise the next generation before they are old enough to breed on their own. Families can contain up to from up to 5 different years, yeah. Extraordinarily social, intelligent, curious, inquisitive. Just amazing animals, crows. They're really, really, really cool. Yeah. I was talking about that book by Leonda Lynn Haupt. There's another really lovely book that she wrote called Crow Planet, which I think is equally as good, and it's all about crows. Oh man, honestly, I think I like that book a little bit better than Mozart's Starling so far. Crow Planet is, this is my introduction to her writing, and it's phenomenal stuff. It's really, really good. Crows are amazing animals. We will talk about them on a future stream, I promise you. When we've got a little bit more time. But thank you for the lovely photo there. This is oh man, just the emotion that it conveys. That brow line, yeah. It's something special, Axeman. Thanks for posting. Good stuff. And man surprised by birds in parking lot outside store from YouTube. Let's take a look at this. Yeah.
Yo, what the is this?
Oh yeah, I've seen this before.
Oh my god. I feel like that bird by that movie.
Yeah. We've watched this before. I think this is a murmuration of starlings here. They've just descended all at once. Are they grackles? Okay, they're grackles, Lenina, but they tend to form big groups like this. Yeah. Pretty impressive. Yeah. Good stuff, good stuff. Thanks, Lady Fee. Bella Messina said, saw some geese during my walk along the trail next to where I live. Missed a bit of today's stream, but now I have a bird photo to contribute. That is lovely. Look at those majestic geese there. Do not cross them. Geese are not to be trifled with. They will eat your eyeballs. Good stuff, Bella Messina. Thank you for posting. And Neilf has got a humble ring-billed gull. They're able to thrive in many areas besides the shores. Indeed, can be found in all U.S. states, though rare in Hawaii. Hawaii, too? Ring-billed gulls live in Hawaii? Wow. Gulls are severely underappreciated almost everywhere, except, of course, in the great state of Utah, where they are worshipped as divine beings in the state of Utah. Only kind of kidding. But yeah. Yeah. And interesting, Neilf. By storms, presumably. Oh boy. I gotta wrap up this stream. Lovely. Neil, thank you for posting. Thank you for posting. Good stuff. But yeah. Yeah. Murph, yeah, I know, right? Happy Thursday Birdsday, everyone. I hope you had fun today. I hope you learned something. Thank you for sharing your bird photos with all of us. And I hope your appreciation for and wonderment in these remarkable theropod dinosaurs that we share our world with, I hope that your appreciation and wonderment have been enhanced by today's stream. And with that, we wrap up. Don't go away just yet, chat. We're going to see if we can raid into somebody else doing some science here on Twitch.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Diziet Sma, thank you so much for subscribing. Holy moly, that is a recurring sub right there, and I really appreciate that. Thank you for that pledge of continued support for science outreach and education here on Twitch. That means a great deal to me. Thank you, Diziet. Good stuff. Let's go. Science, yes indeed. Let's see, who else is live right now? What's going on over at Hoot House Livestream? We've got baby owls and baby hawks, or hawk eggs. Let's go right into Hoot House Livestream. Who indeed, Mr. Audio. Hoot House is who. We're going to go see what Hoot House Livestream is up to and check out those baby owls. And now we've got a hawk incubating some eggs, too. It's a split screen, owls and hawks. Very cool. Everybody, thank you for a wonderful stream today. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. I hope you'll be back tomorrow to talk about more fossil science, natural history. You see how it all kind of ties together. The study of fossils, the study of modern creatures, the study of Earth systems. Each one of these complements the others. And it's such a privilege to be able to talk to you about this every day. So thank you for making that possible. Everybody who has supported this channel. Gifters, subscribers, cheerers, moderators, followers, raiders, chatters, everybody. Lurkers too. Thank you. Let's go see what Hoot House Livestream is up to, and I will catch you later. Take care. Happy Thursday Birdsday. Bye-bye.